Hello, everyone. It's William here from Allegory Gallery. Surprise, you were expecting Andrew, weren't you? And surprise, you were expecting 7:30, weren't you? So Andrew has decided to do a very special night tonight. And hello, Suzanne. Thank you for being here. He's doing a name your price sale. And so I have my pottery night tonight, and I'll be leaving for that in just a little while. He asked me to jump on here for a little bit while he gets some things ready. Hello, Michelle. And so tonight is name your price. I asked Andrew, I said, how's this going to work? What are you doing? And you know what he said to me, right? Everybody knows what he said to me. Don't worry about it, William. So I don't know what he's gonna do with all of this tonight. I don't know what kind of deals he's planning. I don't know what kind of things he's gonna have on offer. All I know is that it's all gonna be happening while I'm not here. So should be interesting, and I won't be able to watch it either. So I will be at my class. So here we go. I don't know what's going to happen tonight. I'm glad you're all here. I think you're going to have some really special deals tonight. We are streaming live on Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram tonight. I put up the Instagram because Andrew kept saying we haven't done Instagram in a while. We are on StreamYard tonight. Sorry. Just because that's the one he knows how to work best. We haven't gone over sorry. We haven't gone over Restream with Andrew as far as working that whole system yet. So he uses StreamYard. So he'll be on StreamYard here. StreamYard seems to be performing a little bit better internet-wise lately. So that's probably the best in case anything comes up. Let's see here. Michelle is here. Did I say hello? Hello, Michelle. Thank you for being here. If you're out there, please say hi. Marianne's asking, who's the conspirator? Who's out there? Who's out there with us? Who has joined us? I've seen you pop in before, but I can't remember your name if you've shared your name with us. But we are going through a lot of stuff right now as far as planning and just planning. I'll say planning. That pretty much covers it. We have a lot going on. We are planning to update the studio. We have many different workstations that we currently don't have set up at Star Cottage Studio. If you don't follow us at Star Cottage Studio, you can follow us on Facebook. We have an Instagram account also for Star Cottage Studio. That's our jewelry workshop. That's where we ship out of. That's normally where we film from when we do tutorials and things. But we've been filming a lot here in the home office, which is this background, this, this wood paneling and 70s drapes, right? But we, which I actually love, but we do filming out of there. It's a building that we acquired a few years ago, and we want to do more from there. We have lots of, like I said, we have lots of stations that aren't set up yet. And the stations that we do have set up were meant for us only. And we're hoping to offer classes at Star Cottage Studio. That's the thing that we're moving toward. And to do that, we need to have it more organized and have it just set up in a more useful manner for people coming in. We generally know where things are. The way we work, it's set up, but it's we set it up the first time, we moved it around another time, and then we kind of left it where it was, even when things weren't working maybe as well as they could. So we have, we're planning to work on that. We have a lot of things to do in the online store as far as working the online store. I've been wanting to do a rework of how it looks, of how it functions a little bit, and that's taking a while because we don't have a lot of time for that kind of thing. But there are things in the online store that we need to pull down. We have a lot of things that are made to order on there that we're going to remove, and we're going to make some of those things and put them back up and have them ready to go in stock, ready to ship out. And that'll make life a lot easier for me during the shipping process, instead of having to make things on demand. We're a small business and we want to get everyone everything. But when I have to stop and make things, sometimes that takes a little bit more time. Things get backed up. So we're going to, instead of offering like 60 or 70 of our pins at once, I'm going to make like 10 of them. For example, 10 of them this month or this next 2 months, there'll be 10 of them available. And those will be available in the online store, and they'll be ready to ship out directly. And then like 2 months later or a month later, whatever the schedule ends up being, I'll make 10 more, and those will replace the other ones in the online store. So it'll be more of a rotational thing. And I think it'll be something that, one, it will not overwhelm people. When you look at some of our offerings, they can possibly overwhelm you. So, and you don't see them all because you click through so many pages and then everything becomes a blur. And I know how that is. So that is one of the plans. And in order to do all of this and also get caught up on shipping and get caught up on the organization, we are planning, it's scary, we're planning to take a week off. And this will be in a few weeks. Andrew posted about it on his timeline so far, but we wanted to let all of you know. During this week, we will be accepting no orders. We will be not doing any live sales. We might do some tutorials and demos during that week, but the main point is to allow us time to work things out and move things around and reorganize things. And so we will be doing a week's reset. And it's scaring the you-know-what out of me. Andrew just joined here, because taking a week off from any income is, on our margins and our budgets, nearly impossible. I don't know how we're going to pull it off, to be completely honest with you. I'm a little bit concerned. But one of the things we are doing is we have started a sale. So if you would like to help us get to a point where we can do this, we are having a 25% off sale in the online store. If you use discount code RESET, you'll save 25% off of everything. That sale will last until next Wednesday around midnight. So it's a week-long sale this week, for the next week. And it's everything off the online store. And we are hoping that will get us through the end of this month and the beginning of next month. We're going to continue doing lives as well and all that, but we are trying to make extra to save up for this week that we will have no income coming in. The online store will be down. The lives will not be happening, other than possibly a demo or tutorial here and there. Sorry, I just plugged in Andrew's phone and I have to see if it's charging. It says it's charging. So that's happening. That's happening, y'all. Let's see what everybody is saying here. Hello, Pam. Pam has joined us. It says it's been a while. It has been a while, Pam. Let's see. Marian says, oh, Paolo. That was Paolo. Paolo pin. Pam says, can you make French bulldogs? Possibly, but probably not. Maybe. My mom has one. So that might be an incentive for Andrew to make one at some point in time. But Generally, we make cats.
What are you volunteering me for?
Generally, we do cats. And
Are
by
those,
we, I mean he.
Are those lots?
These are not, don't touch, and these down here don't touch.
Okay, give me don't touch. I'm trying to, because I have a feeling this is going to be the frenzy.
Yeah, these ones down here also don't touch. They're in order.
Okay.
But that's the only thing I think in here that are don't touch.
Because I'd really like to do this thing called knockout and get rid of as much stuff as possible. I'm currently not taking any kind of commission work, just so y'all know.
Yeah.
Because I'm up to my eyeballs in projects and I'm going to be gone most of the summer. So I know sometimes people are like, oh, wow, I have this great idea. You can do this thing that you don't want to actually do, and I'll pay you money to do it. And then it's like, it's hard for both of us.
We were just talking about the pins and all the designs that we have.
No, but I'm just saying.
Yeah. Let's see here. Michelle says, I did read about this. Yeah, Andrew posted about it on his timeline. I have not shared it yet. We have this is the official, unofficial talking about it. We wanted to let you all know first. Let's see here. Focus your will and getting done. And get her done, says Marianne. I know, right? That's what we're doing.
William is more nervous than I am.
I'm very nervous.
I am kind of excited because
I'm excited for the end of it because it will put us in a good place.
Yeah, I think like we're gonna work on a schedule for our days too, so that because a lot of times what happens is we don't prioritize side projects like organizing the studio. And so it falls on either me or William, usually me.
Usually Andrew for that part.
And it's kind of miserable.
But it's the same thing, like we don't prioritize clean up the studio. We don't prioritize, cleaning up the house. So it gets done in waves and tidying workspaces harder. And it just gets out of control. Like I would love if that desk right across from us, if I could jump over there and like pack the orders after we sort them at night, like, but that's not there. Not yet. And that's the idea, is to make these systems that we have in our mind come into being. And
so one of the things that we've been talking about is putting a 2-week cap on held orders. And the reason why that is becoming more of an issue now is that some people want to hold our orders until they fill a box. And some people want their things quicker than that.
Right.
The problem is that there's no real way to easily separate those out.
Yeah.
And so sometimes people wait a really long time.
And sometimes we don't know what people want.
And the other thing about that is it takes up physical space. And so we're kind of, it kind of is like, you keep, it almost like a blindness. Like you see the box for a while and then it just like fades into the background of stuff. So it'll be good to get this kind of new system rolling.
Yeah.
So, and the only way that we can really do it and like really do it, because we've been trying to do it, but it's hard to do it because our area is not set up yet. So it just makes it harder.
Marion says monthly pay happens on the 28th. May be able to buy at the end of the sale. We'd appreciate that.
Thank you.
We would appreciate that if you can. They say, hi, Andrew.
Who is it?
That is Michelle.
Howdy.
Let's see here. Oh, okay. Let's see. Yes, Danette is here. Hello, Danette.
Howdy. So we're getting an earlier start.
Yes, we are.
Because one of the things we realized is on Wednesday nights when we're in that spot, our numbers are way low. And we just assume that somebody else is going live that time or whatever. We don't really concern ourselves with other people. We just kind of stick to our own. But
we do what we do.
I really would love to make room in the studio, and that's why we're going on a little bit earlier so we can get the most people watching as possible.
Marianne says, wise plan, guys. William, try not to worry about it. I'll try.
I mean, it's going to happen.
Yeah.
He's going to worry about it. The best
I'm going to worry,
can do
but
is squirrel away as many nuts as possible so that we can
brave the week.
And it's gonna,
the thing is if I know if we can make up the money early, and I know that we don't have to worry so much, I will be able to more fully focus on organizing and doing things that week.
And we're gonna need money to organize stuff. I mean, it's not just simply like rearranging things. We have to like buy containers and buy shelving, or at least boards.
Yeah.
And we do have stuff that we can repurpose, and we're definitely going to use that to do that. But, it's just one of those things that we just have to work really hard.
Yeah. So that's what we're working on. That's the idea. So we have to, in the meantime, work toward that. And
yeah.
Were you going to say something?
No.
Okay. So in order to help us get a jump start, as I said, we're doing an online store sale.
And please we're trying to not clear sections out too. So there are certain things that we'll never be able to get again. And throughout the week or weeks or however, when the sale starts on, was it the end of our break is going to be the 9th through the 16th, right, of June?
I think that's what you had said.
Okay, so that was we're going to be, the store will be closed from the online store, and all claiming will be closed from the 9th through the 16th. That means no claims at all.
Right.
And so between now and then, which is like 2 weeks, I think 2 weeks.
We have 1, 2, 2.5 weeks.
2.5 weeks. And in between now and then, we're going to try to raise as much money. But we're also going to try to knock out as many things as possible. So throughout the week, you'll be getting maybe special incentives. So if you maybe buy one, get one, or, it's going to be crazy chaotic with the shipping, but we're gonna have a week to do it. So
I'm making hopefully making a lot more shipping to do the week of shipping and catch up.
And then once we get to that point, he's still gonna continue to do shipping as regular. So don't get nervous.
We're not pausing
about that.
No.
But we are going to definitively stop taking orders on June 9th. So that's where we're at.
So that's that. And let's see here. Michelle says, yep, going through the organizing here still. We have been buying shelves. It takes.
So you all know that it takes money to make money.
It does. So that's the biggest thing we wanted to talk about as far as tonight. But also I wanted to remind everyone that the Creative Make-Along is this Friday. The Creative Make-Along this Friday. So 7:30 p.m. Eastern time, we're going to have the Creative Make-Along. It's going to be me. Andrew may not be joining us.
I may join you, but I'm not going to be entertaining.
Yeah.
So you're going to have to maybe focus
I've done it without you before.
I know, but sometimes...
We've had a good time.
Oh, well, then I'll leave. I'll go home right now.
You are home? What are you talking
about? In another room with some cats.
Oh.
You can do it then. I'll go to your pottery class. How about that?
No, I'm going.
Be like, hey, Amy.
Hey, Amy.
I'm the fill-in this week. William's got too much work to do.
But no, it's okay.
Let's make some pots.
I might do it from the store. We'll see. Because I'll be at the store, and sometimes it's a lot to run home before and get things done. So I might do the Creative Make-Along from the store. So we'll see how it goes. But
we do have a show on Saturday that I have to leave for on Saturday morning. So it's imperative that we have everything packed and ready to go for that.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, then I show up and don't have anything to sell. and then he might as well just stayed home.
Yeah. So he's making some stuff. We're gonna probably pull some stuff of his. I don't know what all we're looking at, but
I just want to do one thing. I don't want to have, because I think part of one of the things that people get a little bit overwhelmed with at our booth sometimes is that there's too much stuff. Like there's art and there's beads and there's pins and there's this and then there's this and this and this and I kind of just want to do the enamel jewelry.
Just enamel.
Because it is at the glass center.
Oh, okay.
And technically enamel is glass. So
yeah.
That makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Maybe. We'll see.
We'll see.
If not, then we'll just grab stuff and put it on the table.
Oh boy. Oh boy. So anyway, the creative make along is this Friday. I may be doing it from the store, maybe doing it here from the house. We'll see. But I hope you'll join us. It is on Zoom. You can choose to hide your face if you want to, but we hope you'll join and hang out in any way you want to. It is just meant to finish or work on your works in progress, finish those unfinished objects that you've got laying around.
You can do whatever you want.
You can do whatever. You can organize your space. You can just hang out and just chit chat. So that'll be from 7:30 until 9:30 p.m. Eastern time this Friday.
Here, I found 2 more of those beads from yesterday. So you can put those in with
one of each. All right. Find those. Oh, so it is 5:21. I will be having to leave soon.
So
Michelle's teaching herself how to make a beaded belt at 14 inches for the first part done.
Holy smokes.
Wow.
So the theme of tonight's show is called Name Your Own Price. And so I'm kind of workshopping this a little bit because we don't have like...
I told them I asked you how it was going to, and you said, don't worry about it, William.
Did I say it like that? I said, I don't know.
He's like, I don't know.
That's more accurate. So you can worry about it as much as you want. But so anyways, what we'll do is, and I don't know if this seems logical or if it's kind of chaotic or maybe both. What I'll do is there'll be like short auctions. So I'll put up something. I have, in my mind, I know the price that I can go down to. And y'all can kind of bid on it.
Okay.
In the comments.
In the comments.
And then once I say this is sold, then you have to email us to claim it.
Or this is the price.
Or this is the price. And then
price accepted. And then whoever gets to the email first.
Correct.
Okay, so you'll shout out prices in the comments of each item. And once Andrew said the price is accepted and writes it down, you'll have to get to be the first on the email to get it.
So you could lose it.
You could lose it even if that you said that price.
And if there's anything that you're interested in me looking for, let me know. Because I just have a bunch of random stuff that, I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah. Dennis says, be careful. There's a tornado watch till 8:30 for Westmoreland County. It looked like it out there earlier. It got dark.
Well, it's not necessarily the dark you have to look for. It's when the sky turns kind of yellow. And then that's when you're like, ooh, time to go.
Pam says, I found some soft touch, very fine wire for the tanzanite beads I bought. Fine wasn't working very well. Oh, good. That's good. Let's see here.
That was like, what, a couple months ago?
Michelle says, hubby really likes it. The belt. Oh, good. Susie is here. Hello, Susie.
Are you looming it, the belt?
Are you looming the belt? Beading the belt? How is it working? Bead looming? Watch out for green clouds whirling around, says Marianne. Hopefully
Yellow,
there will be no problems.
Green, unnatural color.
Unnatural color in the
if
sky.
You see a funnel, go towards it.
Go the other way quickly.
In theory, you're supposed to take shelter, but
yeah.
I don't
But
know
I'm
how
driving in the middle of fields.
Uh-huh.
I don't think there's much shelter.
What are you driving in the middle of the field for?
Well, there's mostly only farms on the way to Amy's.
Oh, really? Well, good luck.
I know.
I mean, it's kind of, we're in the hills, like there's mountains, so it's not, you don't really get that. But, I mean, one of our neighbors, the tree came down, so just be careful.
Let's see. Yeah, so that's what I'll be doing, but it'll be fine. We're fine here. I'm not worried about it.
We don't have any unusual problems.
No.
Anyways,
So,
I think it'll be fun.
I think you're gonna have fun
if
tonight.
If anybody is looking for anything in particular, let me know. Shout it out in the comments.
Yeah.
I can kind of keep an eye on. I have basically 5 minutes until William has to leave, in which time I have to pull everything if you have special requests.
Yeah, so if you have any special requests, put them in the comments now, so Andrew can pull some stuff, and I'll shout them out to him while I'm still here. And then he's going to do the Name Your Price game tonight. So again, the way this is going to work is he's going to show you something. He's going to ask somebody to name prices, and then he's going to give like legitimate, like what you think it should be worth prices. Or
if you say 50 cents on like an expensive strand, I'm just gonna ignore it.
Yeah. But when he gets realistic prices that he thinks he can do, he's going to write that price down, and then the first person to email that lot to our email at info@allegorygallery.com. I have the banner scrolling down here. You all know how that works. So just because you say the price that he accepts in the comments does not mean you get it. You have to follow up with the email.
All right, let's flip it.
All right.
Let's go ahead.
All right. Let's get the show on the road. Get me on the road too.
Let's do the first couple with you, and then we'll move on. All right. And can you put those boxes, kind of stack them on the chair? And those are all available.
They should be. Some of these are more recent things, but they should be all available.
Well, here is about the back with it. All right.
Okay.
So, do we have any requests?
No requests so far. No requests at all coming in yet. Let me get you a lot number that we can use tonight. Let's do YP for your price. All right, what do y'all think? Oh my goodness. What do y'all think of this? You think this is going to be fun? Are y'all excited about this?
All right, this is the first one.
Here's the first lot.
All right, this is yellow lace agate, flat nugget faceted.
Look at these.
Retail, this would be $36.
So let's put 36 on here. And we'll cross that out.
And do we have any prices?
Anybody, now is your chance to name your price. If you're interested in this, these are about 26 millimeters up to about 38 millimeters. And thickness wise, they're about 5.5 millimeters. And this is a long strand. This is about an 18-inch strand, 17-inch strand or so of yellow lace agate.
Looks like how.
Helps if I get the lights. I need these lights. What are you doing here? Let's put the lights on everything. If you're interested in this, name us a price. Name us a price in the comments. Remember, this is going to take audience participation for it to work.
Mm-hmm. So normally retail 36.
What would you pay?
Anybody interested in this? I don't know if this is going to work well.
I don't know. No one's naming any prices. No one's naming any prices.
All right, so this is probably, we'll see. Maybe y'all just don't like it. How many people are watching?
10.
10. So that is
We turned the
maybe
camera pretty quick.
also why.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, we'll just leave this on until somebody lists a price.
Let me clean this lens.
You know, mine probably has like clay
There
and
we
all kinds
go.
of stuff on the lens. So I think this could be really cool. I would break the strand up, to be honest, and turn it into pendants.
Marianne says, no prices from me as I have no money at the moment.
And we also, you know, we can work with people too.
Yeah. And you can also name the price to get the price where we need it, and then we'll put it on, and somebody, if they're rewatching it, could still grab this. You can still name a price even if you don't want to necessarily buy it. That will help us continue the process along.
It's good if people do want to buy stuff,
yeah.
But also if you can't and you're just like trying to be helpful, well, I don't know, whatever. So
Marianne says, okay, $28.
I can probably do better.
Oh, you can do better.
How about half off?
Half off. What is that? $18? $18. YP1. $18 only if anyone's interested. Andrew's doing half off that strand today.
And this is something maybe that will shock you. That I might give you a better price.
Right. So remember, you don't have to be buying things to help us get pricing out there. And that might help someone else decide to buy it.
Okay.
YP2.
All right.
We want everyone to have fun playing with this today.
I want to have a good time.
This is not about...
You know, sometimes it's like not necessarily our group, but sometimes with lives it's like a drag because it's like everybody's like broke or tired and cranky or whatever.
Yeah.
And then
everybody can give prices. Everybody can play the game. And then if people want to claim, the people who can and want to should claim.
I want to get rid of stuff too.
Yeah, Andrew's trying to really
So these is like random. I think this was the start of a mix.
This is a big bag of bugles, twisted bugles, seed beads.
Don't spill it.
I'm trying not to here.
Normally we do half-size bags of that
for 12. So that would be
these
like
are kind of like not the big beads. It's kind of like random little beads.
Yeah.
Mostly seed beads.
So what would the retail be on this?
I would say the retail would be that'd be double.
24.
So if we gave them old-timey price, the retail would be 20.
20. Okay. So it's not 20.
Not 20.
So what?
Name your price.
Name your price. What would you pay for the whole bag of seed beads, bugle beads, this whole mix?
This is kind of a floor sweeping situation.
Marianne, since there's a lot of pink, $15. $15, she's saying.
I can do better.
And Andrew's saying better, even though there's a lot of pink that we like.
I can do better, I think.
Okay, what's the next better? Who's gonna guess a better price? Who's gonna offer a better price?
I'm just gonna do $10.
$10.
So am I doing half price on it right
I
now?
know, right? YP2, $10 for the whole bag. $10 for the whole bag. Danette says, I was thinking 10. Then you should have said it, Danette.
No. Still time it. If you want it. I need a car issue.
Yeah,
right now.
Danette's having car issues. YP3. We're encouraging people to say the
That's
prices.
less than a car wash.
It is less than a car wash.
Alright, so this is some vintage check glass.
Oh, these are nice too. I love these.
They've got stars and moons on them.
The Stars and Moons vintage
They're
check
not old
glass.
vintage check. They're just kind of like, just barely vintage.
Barely vintage.
I mean, probably from the early 90s, and that feels weird to say that's vintage.
But it's a bunch
got
of them.
them.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 2, 4, 6, 8, 30. About 33 of them there.
So what do you think is that?
What's a retail on that?
Because a strand of those is usually what? 12?
12. And a strand would be...
$8.
A strand would be like maybe... There are probably about 3 strands here.
Alright, so
I
that
would
would
say.
be 8 and 8 and plus 8.
24.
Alright, that seems weird, but okay. That's like how much.
I mean, really, retail would be like 36 because they'd be $12 strands. But the old Your price would have been 24. And what Marianne is saying, 16 on this.
Excuse me. I can do better.
Andrew can do better than 16. Anybody want to offer more? Less? Anybody want to offer less?
Like in the reverse.
I know. Like we should be offering more. Like can't do that price. Can't do. But y'all are going too high. All right. Nobody's saying 14. Says Michelle.
I can do 12.
12.
Is it half?
That is half again.
Okay.
It's
the half
name
off
your
night.
price is turning into the half off night.
How about that?
There, Danette had said 12. There you go. $12. YP3. All right, and I think I gotta go soon.
All right. We're gonna see how this is gonna work.
Get yourself some organization over there.
No.
No.
Opposite.
The opposite. All right, everybody. What do you think of this? I think it's fun. I think you guys are going to have a good time tonight.
Once we get kind of going, I think people will have fun.
Yeah. Once there's like a steady stream of stuff going on.
And people who are like really into bargain hunting.
Yeah.
And they want stuff too.
Right.
I think.
And I know this is off of our normal time too. So some of our people I know probably are still at work.
Mm-hmm.
Because some people are just like getting home when we start normally.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see. But it's a Wednesday night. It's often a slower night.
Whatever.
Yeah.
I'm not overly concerned.
No.
But
it's all about having fun.
I will say that people will get great deals tonight if that's what you're interested in.
Yeah.
So if you want like awesome deals, tonight's the night.
Tonight is the night. Tonight is the night.
Once we get, now that William is leaving, I can't really do necessarily any kind of custom stuff, like pulling stuff, because I gotta man the booth. So
he's gotta man the booth.
All right.
Shimmy past you.
And be like, what are we doing in our lives?
What are we doing in our lives? All right, everyone. Have a good night. Have fun with Andrew. Yeah.
All right.
Have fun.
So I've got, and they're all saying have fun at pottery. All right. So how about, I don't know where you put this stuff. Oh, there it is. All right. I went and clogged up the entryway. All right. How about this? So I've got a couple things. Oh boy, this gonna fall down the mountain. That's fine, whatever. All right, hopefully y'all are doing well. Are y'all doing anything, making anything? Do you have any projects that's going on in your life? All right, so this is going to be YP4. I've got no penny. We'll use a dime. We'll be rich tonight. All right, so that's a dime. And I've got some appetite. And I've got there, some of them a little bit, something happened. And, these are a little bit kind of, not A grade, but they're still cool. I like them. Then I've got this little charm pendant of an eye or whatever you want to call it. And it's got them crystals. And that's a base metal charm. And I've got this. This is like a full strand of vintage check glass. This is some crystal. And this is some vintage glass. All right. What do y'all think? Do you have any suggestions before I put the price, the retail price? I don't really know if this is really retail because usually we don't sell it like that. All right. Any suggestions? Name your own price. Vintage glass, crystal. This is lot YP4. Normally, like this would be in the shop. This little check glass strand would be like $8. Well, probably $6. This is kind of like a half strand of that. These are usually retail for 12, so around 6. So, and then this would be probably $4 or so. And then this, Marion says 20. Danette says 18. Michelle says 24. I can do better. I can do, let's see. I could do 14 for y'all tonight. So, YP4, $14 only. You get all of this. So, that is lower than the lowest price that was recommended. So YP4, $14 only. Let me know if you want any prices or sizes on stuff. I'm not good at that like William is. Got cat hair everywhere. All right. So this is about 20. Like I said, these are a little bit rustic, so just keep that in mind. 20 by 15 by about 6. Marion said, I'm always too high. Well, that's good. I guess maybe also because you're from Canada and that you're just factoring in shipping, right? Michelle's the same. Well, we'll see. Maybe I'll pull some high end out, and then y'all can guess. But for now, YP4, $14, and you get all of that. If you're interested in claiming that, go ahead and go on over to send us an email to info@allegorygallery.com. All right. I think the colors are fun. Blues and greens. That was inspired by the pendant. And that's a little pave set. So YP4, $14 only. All right. Marianne says maybe that's it. Maybe. So let's see. What else we're gonna do? All right. How about this one? I know this one has been sitting on this table for months, and this is the antique check glass. These ones are very special. Original price is Michelle says, I was thinking the pendant was a bit more. Yeah, the pendant would probably be about like $6. Maybe. Because it's got S word. All right, so these are marked at 40. This is going to be YP5. The net says 27. Let me think. Let me bust out the calculator. Because I bought that retail a long time ago, so. I could do maybe 28. Then that said 27. I can do 28 because this is a very rare strand, and that's like getting 30% off. So YP5, $28 for this strand of antique check glass, originally priced a long time ago for $40. And that's about 20 by about 15. And Michelle says, Marianne, we are wrong again. Well, we're learning together. Marianne says overcorrecting now. Angie Sarah says 17. Marianne says 18. Michelle says 22. Danette says this is fun. Unfortunately, I have to go start making supper. I can mark it down. Let's do it. I'll mark it down $4. So this will be $24 only. I can't believe I'm doing this. But if you want that, these are old check glass beads. These are for more of a collector. If they don't sell, I'll just keep them. They'll just go back into my case. So if you're interested in that, send us an email at info@allegorygallery.com. Michelle says, very good. Michelle says, I thought 22 is a good price. Yeah, it's a good starting price. Oh. All right. There you go. All right. YP5, $24 only. And that's info@allegorygallery.com. All right. So let's move on to the next one. I hope y'all are having fun. It is interesting to see what y'all think of the prices because I am always curious about that. If we're, I get told that we charge too little, and it would be nice to kind of do better. All right, so this is kind of an interesting stone. It's a ruby in, let me see, is that fuchsite or ruby? It's not really zoisite because I know there's little bits of kyanite in that. So I have this strand. I think it's fuchsia, but yeah, this is kind of a ruby and fuchsia. It's not altered in any way. All right. So this one is going to be YP. Marion said, generally your prices are very good. Thanks. I try. Marion says it's pinkish tones. Yeah, I do like pink beads now. So there's that. This is going to be YP6. All right. So this one, what do y'all think? Name your price. Ruby and fuchsia. This isn't really a pink ruby. It's more of a kind of brownish red ruby. And you've got these little green tones. Michelle says 36. I could do better. I can do better than 36. And this one's pretty nice. I like it that it's got a little bit. Teresa says 32. I can do a little bit better. Oh, did you know you can see the comments here? Let me see what. Then that says $450 million sold. Marianne says, of course, with the difference in dollar, they aren't really the prices I pay. This must be a new thing because I've never seen it before. Marianne says 28. Susie says 28. Marianne says, what's new? Hi, Teresa. I can do 28. Let's do 28. So this is ruby and fuchsia. The strands are, there's a little bit of kyanite on that one. See, it's got a little bit of blue. Ruby and fuchsia. And it's about 13 by 18-ish by about 5.5-ish, 6-ish. All right. Y'all love that? All right. So everybody's saying howdy. All right. Whoop. So these are lovely. If you're interested in claiming these, you can send it to us in an email at info@allegorygallery.com. Now, if you're just tuning in, we're doing something unusual, and it's we're gonna it's called Name Your Own Price. And so I kind of have an idea of what I want to get out of these beads. And you can kind of shout out in the comments what you think the price should be, and I can tell you higher or lower. And generally speaking, I don't want y'all to overpay for anything, so I'll try to steer you in the right direction. And because I kind of know what we would charge in the physical store if we were to move it into the physical store or to put it into the online store. So, I don't want to overcharge anybody. And the way that you do this is what we'll do is people can claim, shout out their kind of price that they think, and I can tell you higher or lower. And once we accept a price, I'll write it down. And then people can claim it by going to the email and claiming it by sending us an email, just like how we do regular at info@allegorygallery.com. And first come, first serve. So even if you are the person who claimed that price and suggested that price, somebody else could get it. So they're up for grabs. Let's see. Kristen said, just to be clear, I have to email you if I want to order. What if I made it in the Fight Club? Yes, you still have to email it to us. The reason why we only accept emails is because it creates a paper trail so that when we're sending out orders, everybody can get what they ordered. Because I've seen you claim a couple things in the comments, and you may have noticed that you haven't received an invoice, and it's because we only take claims in email. And that's because we're streaming on 3 different platforms and we're getting claims from all 3 different places. So YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. And so it just makes it easier. And also, we don't have to request like a bunch of information. It's all right there. And that's how to claim. All right. So info@allegorygallery.com. Let's see. What are they saying, Teresa? Teresa says, yes, I am. I hope you get better too, Teresa. And folks are saying, thank you. I mean, you all can read the comments now. I kind of like that. That's interesting. Because now y'all can see, especially if we're doing like a large screen, then people can see what's what. And I think that would make it easier a little bit for us. I mean, if you're watching on Instagram, it's still micro mini size. But yeah. Kristen says, okay, what was the techie maze I went through while you were in Tucson? Is this different? You may be thinking of a different seller. Because this is how we've been taking claims for a few years now at this point. So, might be somebody else. We're not the only folks who go live. So, yeah. Anyway, so this is YP6, $28. Maryson, they are slightly small even on my TV. All right, so YP6, $28. Then it says, nice that the comments are popping up along the side. Can see both Facebook comments and YouTube comments. The only ones that you're not seeing is Instagram comments. And that's because it's like its own separate thing. But we don't really get a ton of people watching on Instagram. But it is nice, I think. Marion says, seeing Facebook comments is nice to see. Or nice to see. All right, let's see what else we got. I've got maybe. Do you want to do like a strand? This is that check fire polish. This is clear with a little bit of copper on one side. I don't know if you all can see that or not. They're real pretty. I like these. They're kind of a neutral for me when I'm designing. Add a little bit of razzle dazzle sparkle time. This is YP7. And there's that. And Marianne says $8. I can do better. So I could, Danette says 8. Let's do 5. How about that? One strand available. That's YP7, $5 only. Check glass. It's a double strand, y'all. Usually it's a little bit more because this is a full 12 inches of check fire polish. And then these ones, I want to say they're 4 millimeters. They're 4 millimeters. 4 millimeter fire polish check glass. YP7, only $5. Teresa said 6. All right. Generally speaking, I'm not going to overcharge y'all. So if you do say it higher, and I can do a better price, I'll go lower. All right. I know Williams is probably like, what the heck? That defeats the purpose. All right. So this one, some white glass bead rounds. Wow, $5. I must go start supper. Too much temptation here. All right. Well, good. I'm glad that we have something to entice you. These are about 8mm glass, white glass rounds. This is going to be YP8. Any suggestions? Let's see what we have for suggestions. YP8, 8mm white glass rounds. Any suggestions? Marion says 8. Suzanne says 12. I can do better. Let's do this for 6. How about that? YP8, $6 only. All right. If you're interested in claiming, be sure to send us an email at info@allegorygallery.com. All right. I'm going to move on to the next one. I'm trying to go fast and furious to keep the energy up. But, maybe a slowdown. I don't know. It's up to y'all. All right. So, YP8, $6. Be sure, if you're interested in claiming anything, to send us an email at info@allegorygallery. Because if you're trying to claim in the comments, then we can't claim in the comments. Because we only take email claims. All right. YP9. All right. Let's get it. And so far, we've done 8 lots, and there's no claims tonight. So I don't know how effective this is. I mean, it may be fun, but I don't know how effective it is to do this. But I know some folks, they have, there's stuff going on. So it is what it is. All right. How about let's do something weird and fun. So I've got a mini strand of vintage brass beads, and they're really cool. They're like a rice bead, but it's got this really cool kind of wavy gravy texture on it. And this is shorty. It's only 6 inches, about 6 inches. And these ones, they measure approximately 6 by 3. So about 6 by 3, vintage brass. Susie said it may be timing. Some people aren't home from work. Yeah, probably. Marianne says Art Deco vibe, $8. I can do better. All right. Want this to be my better price? Teresa says 7. I can do a little bit better. Let's just do the brass 5. I'll do 5. All right. So this is YP9. $5 for this little shorty strand. If you're interested in that, send us an email at info@allegorygallery.com. All right. That's YP9, $5. Okay. Now, this one is I don't know what this is made of. It feels like a base metal. And it's kind of like a textured pendant. And this will be YP10. And let's hear prices. All right, go. YP10. I've got this base metal pendant. And it measures approximately 20 by approximately 55-ish, 56. And then the metal part is about 1.5. And then the bail we've got is about 7. All right. So I've got, Marion says $4. I can do 4. If people are interested at snatching up at $4 only, send us an email. First come, first serve. That's info@allegorygallery.com. All right, let me check the spam and see if anything is going to the spam, because that could also be a possibility. I don't see anything in the spam. I do see a lot of people who are like, I can be a virtual assistant. I was like, great. So can I. All right. So, Michelle said, I had no clue. I know that's a kind of unusual piece because it's a vintage. It's got kind of a hammered texture to it. And I think that's fine. It's probably silver plated because I see a little bit of tarnishing happening. But it feels nice and substantial, which is nice. But it's a silver tone, even though the light kind of makes it look kind of gold. All right. I got a claim for YP9. Thank you very much. All right. So YP9 is sold. YP10. YP1 through 8 is still available, and YP10 is still available. All right. Here we go. Marion says, for your AI chat, buddy, often very sexy girls. We don't actually get that as much, which I thought was, I used to get that all the time in my private email. Either that or they would be like enlargement pills or something weird, wild like that. I'm like, I don't need that. So, Ruby says, what was the ruby fuchsia? What was the ruby in? Fuchsite? Yeah, it's ruby and fuchsite. And it's not like a pink ruby. It's like a more of a brownish red, almost garnety color ruby. I can show that again if you'd like. Michelle said, I shared to both chats. Thank you so much. So that's the ruby fuchsite. I don't know if you can see that. There's a little bit of kyanite in that one. See, this got the blue. What was the lot number? It's YP6, $28. All right. And let's do, we got 10 folks watching. So let's do maybe, This might be fun. All right. I've got a strand of some let's see. Some glass foil beads. These look like more expensive beads than they are. So I'll give you that as a hint. This is going to be YP11. And this is for the whole strand. And the strand measures approximately just shy about 7.5. Really though, it should be about 6.5 if you don't count all this like little spacers. And this is foil glass. Pretty purple beads, $12. Michelle says 6. I can do 6. Marion says 12, but I can do 6. They're not artisans, so. All right, so YP11, $6. Name your price. The price is $6. All right, if you're, I got a claim for YP6. This is YP11, only $6. If you're interested in that, send us an email at info@allegorygallery.com. All right, so YP11, only $6. Marion says, OMG. Yup. We're making deals tonight. Hopefully. Hopefully y'all like that. Do you like it better just to call out ones and I can go higher or lower? Or do you want me to put the retail price? And then you can then I kind of like it when y'all guess. But we can do whatever. All right. So this is another one. This has got the longest tail. I was like, who strung this? But this is approximately 8 inches. This is crystal, and it's kind of like a black crystal. A slight blue tone to it. This is probably Chinese crystal. And they're about 14 by about 7. 14 by 7. We'll go with 14 by 7. All right. This is going to be YP12. Michelle says 8. Let me see. Michelle says, LOL, they reminded me of purple beads I bought years ago for 6. Well, that's how much they are right now. Years ago price today. YP11 is only $6. So Michelle says 8. Marianne says 7. I can do 7. All right. So these crystal briolet, $7 only for that 8-inch strand. 1 available. All right. So a lot of these things are going to be like odds and ends or things that only have one-offs of. Hopefully the goal will be to sell as much as possible and just get rid of everything that we can, because I'd love to make room. I started before we left and I made kind of some serious dents in getting ready or getting things kind of organized, and then we had to get ready for Memphis. And so while we were in Memphis, or William was grabbing lots to get ready for Memphis, and then so it got kind of chaotic again. So this is going to be a YP12, only $7, and there's one available. All right, let me go to the next one. I may do a recap at some point, because I know we're kind of going fast and furious for our style. Usually we're real leisurely, and we're all right, let's talk for 4 hours and then maybe show you something, and it take 5 minutes to show you. And I'm kind of going quick, but I kind of figure y'all got stuff to do as well as I do. So and I'm gonna just keep adding stuff. So At some point I just may lay everything out and then let you see what's still available. And that may be a way for y'all to get, for those who may have missed it. Michelle says, I thought we were going at a calm pace. Oh, good. That's just the sound of my voice, Michelle, to put you at ease, and lull you into a gentle, maybe not a gentle slumber, but a relaxed, calm, caring, supportive pace. All right. So I got this one. Let me see. This is a white quartz strand. See, there's a little bit of banding in that one. See this? There's a little bit of something. At first, I thought it was selenite, but I think this is white quartz. Sometimes they call that snow quartz. But there is a little bit of chatoyance. At one point, I thought this was like something else, but I don't think it's selenite. But they call it snow quartz. And this is approximately 8mm round. And this is going to be this 12, about a 16-inch strand. So you get the full look of it. I like that there's a little bit of razzle dazzle on these, and they're not like perfectly clear or whatever, but they call that snow quartz. So this is going to be YP13. And let me see. Marion says there is someone who calls himself an ASMR historian that I personally find very annoying. Well, there you go. I don't know what to tell you about that. Everybody's got their own kind of thing. You know, some people, they love it when when you like crinkle the bags and stuff, and to me, I don't really like it. But some people, they're like, oh, I love it. They're like, crinkle some more bags, go and throw, or like stacking plates. There's somebody who said that they love the sound of stacking plates. I was like, there is nothing more jarring. It feels like somebody's putting an ice pick in my eardrum hole when people are stacking dishes. So you know, everybody's got their thing. All right. Name some prices. This is white snow quartz, 8mm round. Marion says, I prefer thunderstorm. You know, I used to like thunderstorms and I still do. But for me, it kind of, now that we like own our home and that we have some buildings that have some issues, like the cottage has some issues. The sound of a storm kind of makes me a little bit anxious now. It didn't when I was a kid. I loved it. Like I loved to go in the storms and stuff. But now I don't get that anymore. Let me see what I can find online. So, if you got it from, holy smokes. I'm like, who is buying this? I saw something for like $30-something. I was like, Marianne says $8. Teresa says $10. I could do 8. Well, I should charge 10, but I'll do 8 since I said it. These ones are nicer than the regular snow quartz. I kind of feel like the other snow quartz are just kind of like leftovers, so they're like, whatever. But these ones are pretty nice. So if you're interested in that, that's YP13, $8 only for a 16-inch strand. All right, so let's move on. if you're interested, don't forget, send it to us in an email at info@allegorygallery.com. All right, maybe at the 20 mark, I'll go and do a recap. And this one, this is some kind of, some type of jasper or marble. I don't know what kind of stone this is actually, to be 100% honest. It looks like it could be some type of marble, like a red or brown marble. And they're an interesting shape. And this strand measures probably about 16 inches. They're kind of a flute, like almost look like chess pieces. They measure approximately, let me see, about 11 by 20. Let me see, about 11 but that's 22. So they're all different. So around 11 by 22. Michelle said, Marion says 8. Michelle says 12. And this is going to be YP14. I could do, Michelle says purely guessing. I could do 6. How about that? So there you go. Some of these are not perfectly, like this one has some flat spots. That could be cool if you were like using that as like for miniatures and you needed some like architectural detail. Could be interesting. Now on this little mini thing, are the comments showing up? Marion says lamp bases. Yeah, that could be. And then Michelle says, I've never seen these before. Yeah, they're kind of they're a lot of times there's stuff like novelty things where people are like, oh, I don't know. I'm gonna they come out for like a season and let me I'm gonna put the penny. Maybe that's it. This is the penny. The good luck penny. That looks like an old penny, but it's not that old. It's been through some things. All right, this is YP14, $6 only. All right, so let me get this. I think it could be fun. You know, they're not expensive beads, but I think sometimes when you have inexpensive things, it comes out to your creativity, to what you can do with them. And I think that is something that is interesting. I once got a commission to design a project around these beads that were for a national chain. And the beads that they sent me to work with were so cheap, like so cheap. And so I had to figure out a way to make them look kind of spendy. And I created this like lariat project that I thought made them look really expensive. And they printed it on a little catalog and put it where you could buy the beads. So there is lots of potential for different things. I also like kind of mixed media approaches. So if you are somebody who's so inclined to do like painting, or I don't know what you would do with these, but there's a lot of potential for making them like give them a little razzle dazzle. It says columns in a dollhouse. So lots of good ideas. This is YP14, $6 only. All right. So what do we have? What do we have? I got all kinds of stuff. Oh, I found another strand of those black beads. Let me go dig that up. All right. So, we got a couple different people on Instagram. I don't know if anybody is still watching. There's Damn 80 Mad, and they were on. Dandy Botanicals was watching. Mystic Maiden 889 was watching, and Kara K 808. Oh, I know Kara. Was watching on Instagram. So I found another these. Let me see if this is 8 inches or not. There's some kind of string tied up. That also may be why this got all tangled. And we did start earlier, so I know some people are still at work. And then Wednesdays are historically usually pretty quiet for us. So, you know, but if you didn't hear the news, we're going to be doing a hard reset for our online shop on June 9th. So we are having a sale in the online store in preparation for this, and you can use coupon code RESET to save 25% off nearly everything, I think. Let me see. Boy, that thread got up in there. So this is that, another strand of that. Let me see if that's 8 inches. I'll put it, that's 8 inches. So this was YP12, $7, and I'll change that to 2 available. If you can't hear, there's rain happening in the background. So is that calming? There's like thunderstorm happening in the background. It's not just my chair. All right, and I'm gonna cut these little tails off because I know that drives William wild. He's like, no long tails. And these are maybe just on Barnaby. He loves a long tail on the cat, but on the beads, he does not prefer that. All right, so let's move on to the next one. How about it? Marion says, can't hear it. Oh, it's happening. Coming down pretty good. All right, how about these? This is going to be YP 15. And it's these glass pearls. And it's about a 7-inch strand of glass pearls. One of them, these kind look a little bit like the coating's coming off. I don't know if I should sell that. Well, here, I'll sell it. You just have to know that this somehow got, the coating got melted. I've never seen that before. Marianne says 5. I can probably do, Michelle says 3. I'll do 3. This is YP 15, only $3. All right. So if you're interested in that, you can send us an email at info@allegorygallery.com. Now, like I said, there's some that's a little blemished on this side. So just keep that in mind. But it looks like the other ones are fine. So those are 10 millimeter round glass pearls. Let me see if I can't. push this up through there. All right. So it's YP15, and let's see, what else are we gonna do? I've got some crystal beads in somebody's favorite color, and they are these ones. Look at that, very shiny, sparkly. These are bicones, and they're in a pale pink color, and there is approximately 7 inches of these, and they measure about 6 by 5, I think, is usually how big these are. About 6 by 5 bicones. All right, and this is going to be YP15, and Marion says $1 because they're pink. They have to be more. This is YP15. Teresa says 5. I could do $4. All right, so 6 to 7 inch strand of pink crystal, 6 by 5 bicones, lovely beads, only $4. If you're interested in claiming them, send us an email at info@allegorygallery.com. All right, I'm going to move on to the next one. Marion says, just being silly. I know. Michelle says 4. She knew. All right. Oh, that's 16. This is 16. Not 15. 16. Do over. 16. YP 16. $4 only. All right. Nobody claimed them anyway, so we're okay. But if you're watching the replay, it's YP 16. Marion says, I could have said 10 cents. Oh boy. They're not that bad. They're not like that pink. How about let's do let's see. They're kind of dusty. These amber colored. These are vintage glass. I'm guessing Indian glass. Around 10 millimeter. And this is going to be YP17. Marion says, I have some pinkies I should give away. Well, there you go. Marion says 7. I could do better. These are kind of like, Lena says, Marianne beat me. I could probably do a little bit better. And this is a great big long. This one's broke. No, it's not. It just looks like it is. So these are a little bit wobbly. But they kind of are neat. Most of them are pretty good. I'd give these a good wash with warm soapy water and let these air dry. This is a man says you pay shipping. Oh, are you making a deal? Y'all making side deals? All right, so this is a 12. And this is 11. So 12 and 11 is 23 inches of beads. I'd do $6. Well, $5. Let's do $5. All right. Marion says, Lynn says, Marion, sure, why not? And then Marion says, would search for the cheapest way to ship. All right. So if you're interested in YP17, only $5. And you just send us an email at info@allegorygallery.com. All right. And let's see, did I get anything in the spam folder? I looked in the spam folder and they're like, oh, you just got approved for $4 million line of credit. And it's like, uh-huh. Yep. All right, let me go back to the real email. And then it says, okay, back to the real bead show. All right, YP17, $5 only. All right, I'm gonna move on. Once we get to 20, I'll do a recap because I feel like folks are just trickling in who may not have seen the start of the show. So one of the things we're trying to do is raise money so that we can take the week to do the back end work. We're going to shut down our online store and all kinds of live sales from June 9th through June 16th. And we're going to focus on clearing the decks with shipping and getting kind of some of the behind the scenes widgets kind of set up. William's been talking about making our website a little bit more personal, so you know that you're not just like buying beads from strangers. And I don't know how about that, but we'll see. But it's something that he wanted to do, and that is something that we're going to maybe play around with. There's a lot of different things logistically that we're going to try to do in the online store. And we can't really have orders coming in while we're like messing around with the widgets and plugins and all that kind of stuff. So that's why one of the reasons why we're going to be taking a break from June 9th through June 16th. The online store is going to be closed, and we're going to be halting any kind of online sales. And we're, it's a little bit nerve-wracking, especially for William. I'm kind of a leap in the net will appear kind of person. So it's interesting, I guess interesting. I don't know. But we're just very different in the way that we approach things. And so he's a little bit more anxious about it. I'm like, let's do it. We really need to do like a hard reset where we can get organized and get on top of things. So for the past couple of years, we've just kind of been hustling as quickly as possible and doing as much as we can. And so it's a little bit tricksy, when you don't have really time to like pause and do all the things, you don't really give yourself permission to do those things. So we're going to force ourselves to give ourselves permission by not taking sales from June 9th through June 16th. So up until then, we're having an online sale that goes until Wednesday of next week. And that's going to be in the online store. That's www.allegorygallery.com. And you can save 25% off using the coupon code RESET. And we're trying to raise money so that we can take that time to kind of get reset, since we aren't going to be having any sales coming in during that time. It's pretty crucial for us if we're able to do this to make money beforehand. Of course, if we don't make any money, we're not going to do it. which will be not ideal and like less than optimal, but you know, it is what it is. We can't not have some, either we make the money before or we make it during. So that's kind of the reality that we're faced with at this moment. Marion says 4 million. Yeah, that's spam. And then I got some kind of email, something about wild and symbolic. I don't know what this is about. Stock your shop. Oh, somebody's trying to sell me something. All right. How about these? These are shell pearls. And they're in this fun kind of eggplant color. This is YP18. Michelle says you have to find new ways to survive. You know, I don't think so necessarily. I mean, yes and no. So when William's job burned down, we lost a third of our income pretty much overnight. And in some ways that was a blessing in disguise because I kind of feel like we were just running at an unsustainable pace because like we just had a lot going on. And William, he got AFib, which is a heart condition that is usually triggered by stress. And William's been pretty vocal and upfront about his struggles with managing depression and anxiety. And so his anxiety kind of ramps up his AFib. And luckily, he was able to take medication and change diet. And there's a couple things that he's had to cut out. And we're very thankful that it was as simple as that. Now, his one medication costs $500 a month. And luckily, we've been able to find coupons for it and work with the insurance and stuff to get it down. But when he didn't have insurance, when his job burned down, you know, it was very stressful. But anyways, so you know, it is one of those things where I think the store will do well. And that it's we've positioned ourselves well in the sense that we own our bill. I mean, we have a mortgage. We don't like own it. Really, the bank owns it. But you know, we have gotten our bills down pretty good. We just have a lot of debt that we took on during the pandemic, and it's just, you know, you have to pay that every month, and so, you know, that those bills still come out, and that's unfortunate, I guess. But the store itself is pretty solid. We have experienced a slump in sales recently, and it's kind of one of the reasons why I suggested doing the reset because I was like, well, if we're only getting 1 or 2 sales a week from the online store, we might as well shut it down. And that will help us be able to get in a better position. I think sometimes people get frustrated with our shipping because it does take longer. Sometimes people expect their packages to be very quick. And we always try to make sure that our customers and our supporters are happy. So, you know, if somebody says they need it right away, we can do it right away. But a lot of times we try to save people shipping. And so that means we hold on to stuff. And then, you know, it's like, when do you not hold on to it is the question. So we've developed a plan so that we only keep boxes for 2 weeks at most. Otherwise, they kind of get shipped out at the end of that. And that one of the reasons why is just space wise, having all these like random boxes everywhere is very overwhelming. And I think William gets kind of more overwhelmed by it, and especially than me because I don't actually see it. So It's a good thing that we're going to be resetting. I'm also working really hard on other avenues so that we can generate income from teaching and from, I just got 3 more teaching gigs, and I got an offer for writing an article for a publication. So I'm trying to pick up more side work to kind of make up for that income that we lost when William's job burned down. Um, and it's going to take a minute to kind of right size, especially with the way that things are going with the economy. It's just, there's a lot of moving parts. A lot of bead stores, they are closing and they're making plans to close. I don't want to say anybody's name in particular, but there's a couple places that I know where they're not going to be continuing with business as usual because of the price of tariffs and the uncertainty that surrounds that. So, for example, well, the one that I can say because they sent out an email to everybody is Beajucation is closing their online store completely, like forever. After 25 years, they're going to be shutting down. They are going to continue in some capacity. I'm not sure what exactly they're going to continue to do. I think they're going to be selling cabochons, but I don't know 100% about that. And they sell retail, so usually we buy wholesale. So that's one of the reasons why we don't really do as much business with Lisa Nevin Kelly, because when I was first a designer, I used to buy stuff from her all the time. But now that we have a store, I usually buy stuff wholesale. And yeah. Anyways, so I see lots of folks. Michelle says 10 for these shell pearls. Marianne says 10. Teresa says 8. Marianne says woohoo. And Michelle says way too many places are closing. Yeah, it's kind of scary, Let's see. What can we do on these? I think I had these the other night. Let me look at something real fast. All right. So the other night we were selling these for 10 a strand. Oh, it says, Marion says, one of our gem suppliers has stopped shipping until postal strike is over again. Teresa says 8. I can do 8. All right. Angela's just tuning in. So tonight we're doing a thing called Name Your Own. And so what this is basically, I talked a little bit about the reset. I don't know if you saw that part. But basically one of the things we're going to do is we're going to be closing down the online shop and we're going to still do live events during that, but we're not going to have selling live events. So no lots from June 9th through June 16th. We're not going to be selling anything online. We are going to be selling stuff in the physical store. William is still set to work those days, and I think I'm teaching a class in Pittsburgh if it runs. So we're not going to be completely out of the smokes. We got a claim for YP18. Thank you. We got 2 claims for YP18. Thank you. Anyways, we just need a hard reset on what we're doing and kind of organizing ourselves better and getting some systems in place and catch up on shipping and do all these things just to kind of get back to normal. whatever normal is anymore. As you can probably tell, there's a lot of stuff changing in our economy, and there's a lot of stuff changing the way that bead stores do business. A lot of people are planning to close their shops. We are not planning on closing our shop. Um, but we do have to make some changes so that it's a little bit easier and a little bit more sustainable. So one of the things that we kind of get in over our heads on, and I think it causes the most kind of customer kind of dissatisfaction, is that we're a little bit slower with shipping. So we don't have a full-time shipper anymore. They retired, and so William is doing all the shipping. And it gets daunting when we're constantly adding and combining stuff. And we're trying to save you all as much money as possible, so you're not just like burning money with like shipping every other day. But at the same time, we have to kind of institute some policies so that we don't get overwhelmed, because sometimes in our shipping department there are boxes there sometimes for months, and people are like, add to my box, add to my box. And I'm like, I've tripped over this box probably about 10 to 12 times. So um we have to make some changes to stuff. And so what we're going to try to do is start a box, and then at the end of 2 weeks, then regardless of how full it is, it's going to get shipped out, and have that go on a rolling basis. And this is only really affecting the people who request us to combine shipping. But we're going to try to do this across the board, so that people get their packages sooner. And I think that'll make people more happy. And, we want our people to be happy and not be like, why didn't you send me my stuff? I thought you loved me and you hate me. Um, we don't want that. So, we're going to do our best to kind of get into a situation where we can do all the things that we want to do. All right. Um, Marion says those pearls are pretty. Angela says hello, my friend. And Michelle says after YP20, he will do a replay. I'm going to go through all the ones that didn't sell. So, and there's a lot of them. So we're coming up soon to that. Okie dokie. Marianne says, as long as I get what I paid for. Yeah. I think, we're never going to not give people what they paid for. It just may take a while, especially if, like, I'm not taking on any more commissions, just because it is harder for me with me traveling as much as I do. And I really have to work with my workflow, otherwise it doesn't work. Like I had somebody earlier asking for something, and I just don't do that kind of stuff. So, um, the desire is to say yes to everything, but sometimes you have to say no to certain opportunities, because if it doesn't really give you joy, then it's frustrating. And I'm getting to a point where I just don't really want to do stuff that frustrates me. Um, it just doesn't make me happy, and it doesn't make other people happy. And so I'm trying to only do the things I want to do. Now, that probably sounds real selfish of me, but whatever. What can you do? All right. So, how about a strand of really pretty crystal, kind of a smoky quartz color. It looks a little bit more yellow on the screen, but it's kind of like a yellowish gray, smoky quartz color. And these are about 6 by 4. People who are reading the calipers would be like, he don't know how to use the calipers. But it's hard to get in between the strands. So about 6x4. Let me try to do this again. This is 6.5, but I'm pretty sure that it's 6. But Michelle says 7. I can do 7. All right. So $7 for a strand of crystal. And if you're interested in that, claim it by sending us an email and anybody can claim. Just because somebody said a price doesn't mean that they're going to get it. You have to claim it in the regular way. So that's sending us an email at info@allegoragallery.com. Let's see. Marian said, nothing wrong with selfishness to a point. Well, there's this thing, like, I think because we're online and because we're so accessible, I think a lot of people want certain things from us that sometimes we're not willing to do. I've gotten people who've like really bullied me on stuff, and they get like irate when I'm like, like one person, and I hate to drag up kind of like less than pleasant memories, but when we first started the store, there was this customer who kept bullying me and bullying me about getting these 2 hole beads. And they're like, I want these 2 hole beads. I want these 2 hole beads. I want these 2 hole beads. And I was like, if I bring that in, that's going to be a $10,000 investment because that's the minimum that requires to start an account with this company is $10,000. And it has a restock. Every time you order, you have to order $500 worth. And I mean, this is back in the day. We started our store with $10,000. And I tried to tell her, I was like, we really can't afford that. And she goes, well, if you sell these, you're gonna make all this money and you're gonna not regret it. And I was like, I can't take out like a bank loan. I got a claim for YP19. Thank you so much. And so I was like trying to explain to her in a very gentle way that we couldn't do it at this time. And she was like, you're missing an opportunity. You're doing, and I was just like, no. I was just like, no. Just like calm down. We don't need to like, if you're gonna give me $10,000 to start this, then I can talk to you about it. But I can see the numbers in our bank account, and that is not that. So no. And she kind of got really upset with me, and was talking kind of smack about how I don't listen to our customers, and kind of causing all this conflict over something that we just financially couldn't do. And it became a real problem, especially when we were just starting out. I was like, is this what I signed up for? Because I hope not. I hope not. And thankfully, over the years, we've had only a handful of people try to do that. Like, but even this past weekend, somebody was like, oh, my friend is selling all these vintage clothes. You should buy them. And I was like, I don't really know anybody to sell these vintage clothes, and that's not really my thing. So, no. And they're like, but you should do it. You'll make all this money. And I was like, I don't really want to. I don't have any money to do it. And I don't really want to do it. Like, I could understand if it's something like if I would love vintage clothes and then they have this amazing opportunity, then maybe. But right now, I don't really have any money to do that, and I would put it towards getting an argon tank or doing a pewter casting that I can do on my own situation. So, you know, I know she's just looking out for her friend, but at some point I was just like, nope, please don't message me about this anymore. So that's the kind of stuff that we sometimes have to deal with. And it's not my favorite, but maybe I am missing out on an opportunity. Like Maybe there's like the pockets are sewn with diamonds and stuff inside of them, or they've got $100 bills folded up in their in the lapels. I don't know, but at this point, I don't have it, so I'm not going to do it. And I don't really want to do it either. So that's the other thing. Like William, he used to sell clothing, and he was really into it. So he might have done it, but he we don't really have the bandwidth to be starting another business. Um, Suzanne says, have to eat dinner. Enjoy. And Marianne says, vintage clothes have their own group of vendors. Yeah, and that's cool, but I'm not that. So, you know, and it's nice when people think that they're looking out for me and that they want to give me like a really good opportunity. Like I really do appreciate it. But at the same time, like if I say no to something, then I would love it if people could honor me saying no. It's kind of like if we were like trying to do something sensually and like you're like, nope, I'm not interested. And then they keep pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing and trying to coerce you into doing it. It doesn't feel good. And you're not going to be like, oh, you're right, you made me do something I didn't want to do and now I love it, so that's kind of the less than positive um analogy, I guess. I've got these crystal, they're real cute, they're little, and they're kind of this kind of a tangerine color, and they're kind of like a little bit muted, but with little pops of a more orangey color. And they're probably from China. And I got, y'all can name a price. And if I accept the price, then I'll write it down. They're about 3 millimeters by 2 millimeters. So 3 by 2. And they're little faceted rondelles. Marianne says 8. I could do better on these. Teresa says 6. I can do better on them. Let's see. I can do maybe 5. Michelle says, when the first time I ordered delicas from you, William told me that you guys had to order a few in each color that I ordered so that it wouldn't be something right away. Yeah, and that's a so what it is for those particular seed beads is, for one, we have to reach a minimum. So we have to reach a dollar amount minimum with that supplier. And we also get better prices when we order 3 or more of one color. So, and sometimes more if you order 10 or more, et cetera, et cetera. So, to get the best price, sometimes we have to add to an order and beef it up. But we don't generally carry a lot of seed beads in our store. So it is something that we're happy to do if we can do it. Especially if we get, enough of an order together that, like, if you need like a bigger number of things, it kind of financially makes sense to do it. But otherwise, we have to wait, until we can afford to do it, because, we order from a bunch of different suppliers, and not, all of those have different minimums and requirements. Some of them, there's no minimum, and I can just go in and order whatever. But a lot of times there is a minimum requirement. So, um, you know, sometimes the thing about a bead store, which is somewhat kind of not ideal as a business, is that you have to carry a lot of inventory in the hopes that one day or someday you can move it. Normally, for a lot of businesses, what they like to do is have a high turnover rate. So that way, it's not taking up space. You buy it, then you sell it. You buy it, and then you sell it. And that way you're constantly get a flow of money. For bead stores, you kind of have to like predict what people will want or need to make jewelry. And then you have to carry all of the things and all of the colors and all of the shapes and the sizes. So with seed beads in particular, you're not just carrying a couple of tubes. Generally speaking, you're carrying an entire line. So with a lot of bead stores, they just have to have, they're just very bloated on inventory. And for a long time, when you had, when that was your only option and your local bead store was the only place that you could get stuff, it made sense because, you could kind of charge the margins you needed to make the money that you needed to survive on. So a lot of businesses, they're just getting to the point where they can't keep holding that much inventory because you're running at a loss if you're not pulling in the money to recoup the sale which you're spending. So a lot of times what ends up happening is some of those bead stores, they spend more than they pull in. And, that's the way that stuff doesn't work out. Susie says, what is YP20? Crystal? Yeah. Marianne says, even where you want quick turnover, you still have to meet minimums. Yeah. And Michelle says, I would order 25 plus colors. Yeah. And that's one of the reasons why we work with you, is because you ordered enough so that we could make the sales, the purchase of those. So your sale would cover the minimum purchase, but that doesn't always happen. A lot of times people say, oh, I only want one color and I only want one tube of this one color. So for example, that is we had one person and they wanted some size 6 in this really unusual finish. And they also wanted the gold plated ones, which, they're not just like gold plated, they're 24 karat gold plated ones, and they're very expensive. And you don't even get a full tube of them. And so, dollar wise, I would have to invest 3 times as much to get at least one tube of this one kind of bead. And we did it in the beginning because we had a little bit of a slush fund around what we had in the bank, so we could kind of do that. But nowadays it's just not sustainable to do stuff like that unless we get enough of a big enough order to place. But anyways, I digress. I mean, it's just all about doing business now. I can talk about this for hours because I oftentimes do. So YP20, $5, Crystal. We're gonna, since I am at YP20, I'm gonna do a recap of stuff real quick of what didn't sell. In case you missed the beginning of this, we're gonna go pretty quickly through it. All right, so we started the night off with some YP1. It was originally retail for $36. We're doing a name your own price. And folks wanted more, but I got it about pretty much half off. So there's some big pieces in here that would make really lovely pendants, and you could have like a pendant and like earring pairs with that. And this is YP1 and is $18. This is still available. If you're interested in claiming it, please do at info@allegorygallery.com. All right, I'm going to go pretty quickly because we already covered them. And if you are interested in learning about sizes and different things like that, you can see all that in the replay. So you have this great big kind of candy confetti color of YP2, and it's only $10. And this is pretty big thing, big bag of seed beads. Now, some of them I can tell, some of the coatings are not 100%, so you just kind of have to pick out any bad ones. But YP2, Marianne says, I'm going to say night now. All right, have a good night, Marianne. Thanks for watching. YP2, $10 only. All right. So this is YP3. These are some vintage Czech glass. I'm not going to take everything out because, well, maybe I will. So there are these. They're really pretty. They're a lovely red color with stars and moon. $12 for the entire bag. All right. YP4 is a bit of a mixed lot. And we've got this YP4, only $14. A full strand. This is at least a 16-inch strand of vintage glass. There's Czech glass, vintage Czech glass, crystal, and some apatite. These are a little bit, these are not the best grade apatite beads, but I like the color, and I do like that they're a little bit funky. So if that's your style, then go for it. And then you've got this pave set base metal pendant that's silver plated. YP4, $14 only. Susie says, a friend who bought a bead store but changed it to a crystal shop. It got wiped out after Hurricane Helene. They just bequeathed me boxes and boxes of seed beads and ceramic beads. Let me know if you'd like them. Maybe. We really can't afford to purchase any additional, like a big buyout. But if you are interested in like setting up a deal or something, email me at info@allegorygallery.com, and we can kind of talk about it. But otherwise, let's keep on. All right. So this is kind of the deal of the night, I think, so far, is YP5. This is a antique Czech glass, pretty large beads. These are beautiful. They're like that raspberry color mixed with a very pale blue, so it kind of gives it that purple hint. And they're originally $40 for this strand. I paid that a long time ago. I'm going down all the way to $24 for this strand. So this is YP5, $24. All right. And let's see. Let me see. YP6 sold. YP7 did not sell. It's for this strand of fire polished Czech glass. It's a 12-inch strand. It's a clear with just a hint of like copper on one side. And those are $5 for this strand, still available. I'm going through these pretty quickly because we already went through them. We've been on for 2 hours already. So that's why you're going to be like, how did he get through so quick? We decided to jump on a little bit earlier tonight because of that. All right, so YP8, this is some white glass. These are, I believe, 8mm rounds. 8mm rounds and this beautiful white glass. This is also a 16-inch strand, only $6. That's YP8, $6 only. All right, so let's see. YP9 got claimed, so I'm not going to show that. YP10, that did not get claimed. All right. Oh, I got a claim for YP5. Oh, so the way that this works is unfortunately, I see that somebody tried to name their own price in the email, and unfortunately, that's where we're doing it like so what it is we work through the prices and then on the live in the comments, and then if I accept a price, then I will put it down on the paper, and if people want that, then they can get it. So for example, somebody tried to offer $12. Unfortunately, that's I'm not going to accept that because the beads themselves I paid $40 for. So I'm going to delete that email so William doesn't get confused. But if you are interested, they are going for $24. All right, so this is YP10. This is only $4. This is a silver-plated base metal pendant. It's got a beautiful hammered finish. I think it's pretty cool. And it's got 2 holes, so it doesn't flop around, and it's pretty stable. And this is a focal, so that's YP10, $4 only. All right, I'm gonna speed through this again. I'm not adjusting any of these prices unless, because they're already pretty good. But you know, whatever. All right, so YP11 is $6, and you get a whole strand, 8-inch, I think 6-inch strand, pretty much a 6.5-inch strand of these foil glass beads in this beautiful kind of blue tinted purple color. Because you know, purple can tend towards the red spectrum or they can tend towards the blue. And so this is a cooler kind of purple, and that's YP11 for $6. All right. Let me see. Did anybody claim YP13? Nobody's claimed YP13. So this is $8 for a strand of snow quartz, and this is really a lovely strand. You can see I almost thought this was selenite, but it's not. And you've got these lovely kind of inclusions, and it's got a lot of lovely kind of character to them, even though this one, it looks like it's like that looks like it's like a selenite or something. In person, there's like a little bit of a cat's eye effect. But these are snow quartz, and that's YP13, only $8. All right, so I'm going to jump up to, let me see, what's next? And I know this is a little bit unusual for us. Usually we just have one price and that's it, but I think this is pretty fun. I don't know if other people thought it was fun, but anyways, we'll go back and we'll keep adding to it because I've got lots of stuff to do, and I'm doing them at closeout prices. All right, so that's YP14. This is $6, and it's for this kind of brown marble and this fun kind of fluted shape, fluted barrel. And there's a full strand of that. So that's YP14, $6 only. All right. Wimbent said, nice to have a look of the selenite, but harder and more durable material. Correct. Because selenite is a very soft material. They actually carve some of it by putting it in the river. one of the vendors in Tucson was a selenite person that was selling stuff, and they mine it, and I believe it's in Texas or Colorado or Utah or somewhere like that. And they were saying how, because they called the creek that they put it in, they called it something Del Rio, or I can't remember what it was, but it was what's the Spanish word for river? I don't know, but anyways, so it was interesting. But they said that they carved kind of the water. They let the water carve the shape with selenite, so it's really a very not as durable stone. Teresa said snow quartz is much harder. Quartz is a harder stone for sure. Teresa said, "This has been fun." Oh, thanks. So YP15 is $3 for the strand, and it's glass pearls. There are a couple that the coating got melted off, and I think this is from somebody putting it maybe on a candle, not me, but and that's YP15, only $3. Let's see. All right. YP16. Somebody sent me an email, and I'll get back to you after the live. So this is YP16, and this did not sell. $4, and you get a whole strand of these crystal bicones. All right. Now, YP17 is some vintage glass, probably from India. I would recommend washing these with warm soapy water and letting them dry. And that gets rid of any residual bead release. At old time, they used to soak them in vinegar, and sometimes you get a faint hint of that, and that's not my favorite, so I would wash them. I like Dawn dish detergent. It's a pretty good cleaner for most things. That's YP17, only $5 for that. Now, I had multiple claims for YP18, so that's off the market. I had multiple claims for YP19, so that's off the market. I just got a claim for YP13. Thank you so much. And let me see. Oh, YP12. I kind of skipped this because I had multiples of this. So YP12 is this. I have two of these available. I thought there was one, but I found another strand of this. And this is an 8-inch strand of black, of that kind of they're kind of like a silvery blue finish of black crystal. This Chinese crystal, $7 a strand. I have two strands available. That's YP12, $7 only per strand. Two strands available. All right. And let's see what else we got. I got YP20. Do I have any claims for YP20? YP20 is still available, and $5 only, and it's a strand of this kind of orangey tangerine colored crystal rondelles. All right, that catches us up to where we currently are, and I'm going to go into YP21. All right, so this is name your own price. So what I'm going to do is I put a tag down like this, YP, and this is going to be 21. And I'm going to put something down. For instance, this beautiful, I don't know about these. I'll keep those for a minute. So, for instance, these check glass dagger beads. And let me get this off. So I have these check glass dagger beads. These are kind of in a opalescent green with a Picasso finish, which is that kind of brown. It looks like a brown tea staining, but that's what that is, a Picasso finish. This is a 6-inch strand, so you're getting a bunch on there. I'm just going to put this plastic back up through this if it will fit. I don't think it's going to fit, so I'm going to tie a knot real quick so it doesn't come undone. Oop. I'm going to tie another knot. All right, so this is going to be YP21, and then you let me know the prices you want to pay on this, and you name your own price, and if I accept it, I'll write it down, and then it's up for grabs, and anybody can claim it in the comments. So even if you suggest the price, that doesn't mean you're going to get it. You have to claim it via email. That's info@allegorygallery.com. All right, Michelle says 10. I can do better. Teresa says 7. I'll do 7. All right. So YP21, $7. One of these strands of these check glass dagger beads available. All right. So I'm going to put this down. Let me see. I'll measure some for you. All right. So these measure approximately... They measure approximately 5 by probably about 15, 5 by 15. That says closer to 16, but I found that these calipers are kind of weird like that. Well, maybe 15.5. All right, 5 by 15.5. All right. So if you're interested in these check glass daggers, that's YP21, $7. All right, let me go to the next one. I use these all the time in different designs. I have a spiral stitch bracelet that I really like, and it's really fun because these stick out and it makes a really interesting texture. All right. So here we go. We'll move on to the next one. All right. So this is a gold-plated bronze piece, and it's by Anna Bronze out of Russia. And because of everything going on, she's originally from the Ukraine. We can no longer get her work. So this is a gold-plated bronze, kind of, it's an orange slice. There's multiple connectors. Angel says, oh, now I get the process. Yeah, we just kind of came up with it, but it seems to be working. So YP22, let me know what y'all might be interested in paying, and I have an idea in my mind of what I can let it go for. and we'll go from there. Teresa says 15. I can do slightly better. Michelle says 8. That's too low. I'll just name it 14. I can do 14 for this piece. All right, so YP22, $14. This is from Anna Bronze out of Russia, originally from the Ukraine. And I can no longer get these. I can't even go on the website anymore because it's locked down. I got a claim for a YP21 for $7. Thank you so much. All right, YP22, $14. Now, if you're interested in the size of this is approximately 27, and it's kind of a round, but it's more organic. And then with the bales, the hanging bales, it's about 4 millimeters or so, 3.5, 4 millimeters. And that could be really cool. There's a little hole in the center there. So if you wanted to put something in there, like taking a head pin or whatever, and this is not the option, but it'll give you an idea of what's possible. You could stitch something in there, put a head pin in there, or do something, and then put it in there, and I think that's kind of cool. It gives it a little bit of a look. You could even put something else. The nice thing about having these multiple holes is that you can then have a multi-strand, so that would be really great as like a bracelet with multiple strands coming down on either side and having that be the focal. As a pendant, you could turn it up on a side and hang it like that, and then have stuff hanging down. So if you wanted something like it would look kind of like this flavor with a little dingle dangle in the middle, you could do that. All kinds of options for that. So YP22, $14 only. All right. Up next, it's going to be YP23. And I'm going to put up, let's see, what am I going to put up? I'm going to put up the strands of kind of juicy Chinese crystal in this kind of yellowy amber color. I know how much I want to get for that. Y'all tell me, and I'll maybe accept your price. All right. Any suggestions for a price for that strand? YP23. Michelle says 6. Normally they're 7, but I can do 6 for tonight. So $6 only for a full strand of Chinese crystal. And these are pretty big ones. These are about 8 millimeter or so. Faceted. Beautiful color. Usually these are way more. So YP23, $6. If you're interested, send us an email at info@allegorygallery.com. All right, YP23, $6 only. Teresa says $10. No, I got it for 6. Making deals, trying at least. All right, so I'm gonna move this off. And I'm going to... oh, I just found another one of these. So I have 2 of these YP20 at $5. And both of them are still available if you're interested. So I think that's fun. Those are fun. All right, let's move on to the next one, which will be YP24. In the Name Your Own Price game. All right, so I've got a baby one of those orange slices. This is gold-plated bronze. And this is a little orange slice charm. And that is YP24 by Anna Bronze. How much y'all want to offer? Name your own price on the orange slices. Orange slice. I only have one of these so far for a gold-plated bronze orange slice. Anybody have any suggestions? Teresa said $12. I can do a little bit better. Michelle says 10. I can do 10. So if you're interested, send us an email at info@allegorygallery.com. Remember, if you claim it in the comments, or we only accept claims via email, and so the Name Your Own Price, anybody can name the price, and I kind of have an idea in my mind of what I need to get. If you you know, I can wheel and deal on some stuff. Some things it's kind of a hard line. Some things are a little bit more firm as far as what I can offer or what I can accept. But like with that crystal strand, normally we sell those when we were doing those closeouts. We were doing them for $7 a strand, and we sold them for $6. So I can knock a little bit off sometimes here and there, but depending on what it is. Now, this is a piece that you probably can't get right now just because of the way, unless you're in Russia. Yeah. So YP24 is $10. It's a Ukrainian artist who is currently living in Russia. So they used to come to Beat and Button every year, and I would see them because they were down the aisleway from us, and I would usually stock up then in Milwaukee. But unfortunately, they can no longer come to the U.S. anymore because of everything going on. So, and I think she's also worried about not being able to get back into Russia and then having to go back to the Ukraine, which is not an ideal kind of situation right now. Anyways, YP24, $10 only. So if you're interested, send us to an email at info@allegorygallery.com and make your claim in a separate email. First come, first serve. All right, so let's move on to the next one. All right, let's see. How about this? Oh, I don't want that to fall out of the bag. I have to reseal it. All right, I got a strand of these little itty bitty, they're citrine rounds. And these citrine rounds, this is probably 16-inch strand. And they are approximately, they're nice clear ones, about 3-ish, 3.5, maybe 4, 3.5. So between 3 and 3.5, 3.5, 4, about 3.5 millimeter rounds of citrine. And this is going to be YP25. What do y'all want to offer for that? Name your price on this. Your price, YP25. Any suggestions for that? Michelle said 7. Teresa says 10. Retail, they should be around 10, but I can do 7 tonight. All right. So if you're interested in YP25, send us an email at info@allegorygallery.com, and it'll be $7 for this strand of citrine. All right. Let me take a momentary breather, maybe get a drink, because my throat, I'm not used to being the caller. Like William is like an auctioneer. So I'm gonna get a drink real fast because I've already been talking for 2.5 hours. So think about some things that you'd like to see, and I can kind of dig around. If there's anything that you're interested in, let me know in the comments, and I can kind of, as I'm pulling stuff, I can kind of keep an eye out for it. I don't know if I can promise anything because of how. I'm in the office, so the office has surprisingly a lot of stuff, but it'll be interesting to see what we've got. All right, I'm back. Hopefully y'all are well. So let's see. No comments on stuff that people would like, but I'll just keep pulling. I got a claim for YP25. Thank you so much. All right, we're going to do YP26. All right. Michelle says, well, I can't buy these yet, but I need flat, round disc beads that have holes through the sides. Like a coin-shaped bead. So it looked like this, that are flat, or Michelle says yes. How big do you want? And what, any colors? And is there a material that you're interested in? And I'll keep an eye out for them. Do you want them in glass, ceramic? And then also what size? Because we had some last night. I think that was last night. And they were in check glass. And they were a bright red color. All right. So, let's see. All right, I have these African glass. They're more metal looking. You want metal, or do you want just metal plastic or metal glass? So there's 4 of these available. These are African glass. What do you want to price? Now these ones, they're about, I think around 10-inch strands if you cut it up and lay them flat. And then they are about 16 millimeter round. And these are pretty clear. There's a slight bottle blue to them, like a Coke bottle. So I have 4 of these strands available. Teresa says 10. I could do these a little bit cheaper. How about $9 only per strand? So these are African recycled glass beads from Ghana. I have 4 of these available, and they're $9 per strand. So that's YP26, $9 per strand only. And I have 4 of them available. If you're interested in claiming them, you can do so by sending us an email at info@allegorygallery.com. All right. I'm going to move on to the next one. And here we go. Let's see. What's it going to be? This is YP27. Oh, I got a claim for YP26, so I have 3 of those left. How about these are fun. All right, I have these bumpy lampwork beads. These were these are 14 millimeter bumpy glass. There's 10 of them on a strand, and I have one of them. Well, let me see. I have 2 of them available, but one of them has a broken one, but I have a replacement. So, like this one, is broken, but I have a replacement. So that strand, you'll get a replacement. So I have 2 of them available. And these are not artisan lamp work. These are mass-produced lamp work. Michelle's, Teresa says 15. I can do better. Michelle says 12. I can do better. What do y'all think? If you need that bumpy lampwork glass bead, I could do. Teresa says 10. I can do better. Let's do 8. That way y'all don't have to keep guessing. $8 per strand. I'm trying to mark everything down to pretty much close out prices. So if you're interested in one of the YP27s, they're $8 per strand, and I have 2 strands available. All right. And these are 14 millimeter-ish because of all the bumps. And that's a black on a white core. All right. And this one, if you get this strand, I'll give you an extra one, but that one bead is broken. All right, let's see. That's YP27. Let me do YP28. Oh, it's Anne. Howdy, Anne. So tonight we're doing a name your own price. And I think this is pretty fun. All right. So we had them in black and white. And we also have them in red and blue. I have 3 of these available. And let's just do 8 a strand since you already guessed. Okay, and I have 3 of those available. So if you're interested in these fun, they're 14 millimeter bumpy lampwork glass beads. These are not artisan made lampwork glass, but they are still nice. I like them. They're very poppy. I could see a whole necklace made of these, and they would look great. And that red is so intense. I don't know what kind of red that is, but it's like a cherry red. Like it's almost dark, but it's also light. It's that kind of velvety red. And that's YP28, $8 a strand, 3 strands available. And there's 10 beads of 2, 4, 6, 8. Oh, that has 11. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Wait, what's happening? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. All right, one of them is missing a bead. So, there you go. Dale says, just tuning in, listening from work. All right, so that's YP28, $8 a strand. Oh, I got a claim for YP28, so 2 strands available. Oh. Let's get rid of all these kind of rando papers. I've got YP. Oh, I got a claim for YP25. So I have. Oh, I just have one of the YP25. YP25 is sold out. This is going to be YP29. All right, this one. Let me see. Do y'all want to finish them off? Because I have a couple of these strands. I have this and this. There's two more, but they're the black with white. And I've got 2 strands, and I can do this for $8. Normally, since you already guessed all those prices, I'm not going to make you do it again. All right, so these are 14 millimeter lampwork glass. These are not artisan lampwork glass. They're $8 per strand. They're approximately 8 inches of lampwork glass, 14 millimeter, and they're black with white dots. And this is YP29, $8 per strand. There's 2 strands available. If you're interested in claiming them, just send us an email at info@allegorygallery.com. All right. Oh, I got a claim for YP29, so I have one available. All right, let's see. I've got, oh, I just found another strand of this crystal, of that Chinese crystal. So let me adjust that. So I had them for $6. So there's 2 of these available now. So YP23, there's $6 a strand, and there's 2 of them available. All right, and there's no claims on those. So if you're interested in those, let me know. All right, so let's see. Let me pull what we're going to do for YP30. And of course, if there's anything that you're ever looking for, let us know. And, hopefully I can find it. Can't make any promises, but you never know. Vicky says, no, I misread that. Never mind. Dale says, just tuning in, listening from work. All right. YP30. Okay, I just got a claim for YP27 and YP29. YP29 is now sold out. And let me see, how many of YP and YP27 I have? YP27, there's only one of those available. All right, YP30. I want to do something fun. How about this little fish? This is a little fun one. I hope somebody gets this because I think this will be fun. I have to get out of the bag, but all right. So it's this little fish. It's got a hole going up through down. This little lampwork fish, and it's not artisan made to my knowledge, but it could be. And I don't think it's artisan made. But this is YP30, and for a little fish bead. Teresa says $12. I can do better. I can do better on the little fish. And that's so cute. There's a cartoon that came on. Michelle says 10. I can do better. There was a cartoon when I was a kid that came on that was like an animated series, and I thought it was for kids, and it wasn't for kids. So I remember watching it, and my parents were like, "What are you watching?" And they were like, "I don't think you should be watching that." But anyways, so YP30. Let's do $5. Let's just clear it out. Probably worth 10. Let's do 5. There's one fish available. One fish with the blue eyes and blue lips and kind of a fiery body. All right, YP30, $5 online. All right. Michelle says, and guess the price. That's a name your own price tonight. Normally, we just let you know the price, and that's the price of it. But tonight, we're doing something a little bit different. I would really like to clear out a bunch of stuff because we are about to do a kind of a reset in our online store. And we're going to try to save up so that we can actually afford to do it. Sometimes when you're, it's expensive because we still have bills. Somebody's like, why do you need money to close your online store? That doesn't cost anything to close it. And if we didn't have bills, then yeah, but since we have bills, we still have to make money so that we can, buy food. I think William, he's super worried about it because, that's not, there's no guarantees. Of course, if we don't make enough, then we'll have to delay doing a reset. But if you haven't heard, we're doing an online sale in the online store. And throughout the week, I'm going to do some knockouts. So we're going to look at stuff that we have like one or two of, like onesie twosies. And I'm going to try to streamline the website because some of these things, we have thousands of products online. And, people, I think they get a little bit overwhelmed or they only see the first few pages and then they kind of go nose blind to all the stuff that's on the website. So, all right, I have this strand of vintage check glass. This is the blue and clear, and this is going to be YP31. Let me know a price. I have a price in my mind, but you can let me know. This is kind of a maybe subtle. I don't want to say it's pink, but it's more of like a clear. And they're kind of faceted on one, two, three, on three sides. So they've got a table cut. Teresa says 7. I'll take 7. Usually this should be 8, but I'll take 7. And I have one strand of this available. So YP31, if you're interested in claiming this, send us an email at info@allegorygallery.com. So what are y'all up to? Have y'all decided what to eat for dinner? I made a cottage pie last night, and I just wanted to keep eating it until it was fake cottage pie because I used the baked meat crumbles, and I just wanted to keep eating it and eating it and eating it and never stopping. Michelle says, I think I have those. Well, for those folks who don't, they're available. YP31. And they're approximately 8 millimeter by, I don't know, there's 8 millimeter with the facets. They're about 7.8 and stuff. So, all right, YP31, $7 for this strand. Michelle says, working on my beaded belt. Now, are you looming it or are you doing it off the loom? And so I'm making baked potato slices right now. That sounds great. I'm hungry, so. Oh, Teresa's making loaded baked potatoes. That sounds great. Well, we were at the Metal Museum in Memphis. I can't remember if it was for lunch or for dinner, but they had a baked potato bar. And yes, please. It was so good. All right, YP31, $7. If you're interested, email us. You know what to do. All right. Do y'all have any suggestions for stuff you want me to put up? Because otherwise, I'm just randomly picking stuff. And then you may or may not like it. You'll be like, I wish she did more shell, for example. I like these shell. This is going to be YP32. And I have one of these available. Michelle says, off loom. I will show a pic of the start of it in our group. Oh, good. Kimberly says, totally late tonight. I'm managing PV concessions again. Oh boy. How many more times do you have to do that? Or is that something that you're doing? I thought you were doing it for your child, but isn't your child graduating? So these are about 8 millimeter. By about 10 millimeter, 8 by 10. Says, hi, Michelle. Did I get a friend request from you? Teresa says 10. Normally these should be about 12, but I can do 10. So they're a slight pink, and they're a little bit, got that creamy color to them. I don't know if you can see that on the camera or not. That shell pink, just real subtle pink though, not like over the top Barbie pink. So these are $10 for the strand. The strand is a long one, so this is 12. Well, I guess it's a full strand. So 16-inch strand of these oval shell beads if you're interested in them. You can claim them at YP32 at info@allegorygallery.com. I've had a couple people say that they want to buy stuff in the comments throughout this evening tonight, and they haven't claimed via email, at least not that I'm getting. So if you are new and you're like, I don't know how to spell allegory, no problem. Make sure you're getting allegorygallery.com, because if you just put allegory.com, I had somebody get really upset at us. They're like, I've been claiming and I'm not getting anything. I'm getting frustrated. I'm going to not claim anymore. Well, and I said, can I, like, what's happening? Because I wasn't getting any claims for them. And so when we boiled it down and troubleshooted down, we found out that they were sending it to allegory.com, and that's not the address. So it's Allegory Gallery, and it's ALLEGORY, allegorygallery.com. All right, that's info@allegorygallery.com. And you can see it. It's right up here. And oh, my beautiful bliss or Kimberly says, I have 5 children total. My youngest is going to be a junior. Oh, so you got you got some time. The concession is a fundraiser for after prom party. The after prom party in my time was different, but I'm not gonna ruin y'all. All right, so YP32, $10, and that's available by claiming it at info@allegorygallery.com. Shell beads, I like them. I love shell beads, by the way. You maybe not noticed that. All right, so what else do we have? Some people, they got into no good when they did their after prom party. One of the girls, she got wild with the banana, and then this is the time of the early cell phones, and somebody's hateful, and they put that all over the place. So if you're gonna get wild with a banana, make sure nobody's gonna be taking pictures. Kimberly said, after prom is hosted by junior parents. My last session is end of June. Oh. Well, hopefully y'all make a lot of money. That'd be nice. All right. Yummy, yummy, yummy. I got some. I know some of y'all not going to like it, but I like it. So these are vintage check, and they're in this kind of peachy pink color. I don't know if you can get that. Is that showing up good? Well, this is going to be YP33. And let me know what y'all think for prices. Name your own price. I've got a price in my mind, and maybe I can do deals. We'll see what y'all offer. Marianne said she was going to offer 10 cents on the pink bees. I said no, and she don't actually want it. Michelle says 6. These should be a little bit higher, but I'll do 6. Since they're bigger, they would probably be more. But YP33, $6 for the strand. I have one of these available. And these ones, let me measure them. They're about 9.5 by 10. So 9 by 10. They're not perfectly round. They're a little bit more ovally. And they're this like peachy pink color. YP33, only $6 for this strand. Usually this is probably a $10 strand. $8 to $10, depending on if we're having a sale or not. So that's a good price, $6. That's a little bit of a deal. All right, so that's YP33. I'm going to move on to the next one. Yeah, tonight we're having the leftovers of the cottage pie. I made a whole big, huge tray, and I couldn't stop eating. And so I think we only have a little bit less than half. All right, so these coordinate with YP33. These are YP34. And you can name a price on these. These are those kind of peachy pink ones. They're smaller. And they're about, about 6 millimeter ones. That's a vintage check. Any suggestions for prices on YP34, vintage check, peachy pink? Vintage. Michelle says 5. I'll take 5. I can't go too much lower because I'm losing money. But if you're interested in YP34, it's $5 only. Claim it in the email. That's info@allegorygallery.com. All right. Is there anything that y'all are looking for that you want to have me keep an eye out? Michelle says, am I the only one playing? Why, Marianne, she left. There are people claiming stuff, but I think you're the only one naming the prices. Well, Teresa is. Let's see. Maybe there are things people don't want. You know, I get it. Sometimes it's like, All right. Ooh. Let me see. The beads are coming off. All right. I've got some vintage Japanese beads coming up. Michelle said, and name prices. I think some folks are just listening. I got about 20 people watching, which is unusual for us on Wednesdays. Usually we're like cruising with 6. So a lot of people watching tonight. But we did get a little bit of an earlier start. So I know some people are like, what is happening? If we get to 40 and we have like a bunch, maybe I'll do a recap after 20, because we did a recap after 20 of the first 20 that I listed. I'm restringing some of the stuff because it fell off the string. So that's why it's not on the TV time. Kimberly says, paying more attention between customers. Yeah, hopefully y'all make lots of money. Sounds like a fun kind of thing for the kids to do. You said your youngest is going to be a junior, so you got, what, 2 more years of that? You said you have 5 kids? I have 5 kids right now, but they're cats. Little sassy cats. Idabelle and Gertie have been really loving on me real extra hard. Tallulah, she's kind of loving, but she's not that like affectionate. I mean, she is in her own way, but Gertie, she's gonna sit on you and like kiss your face and that stuff. Tallulah, she just kind of like meows at you and blinks at you, and that's about it. When she goes to bed on her own, she don't sit with the family. She's just like her own. All right, so I've got these purple dimple beads. These are long strands. These are Japanese. Michelle says, I'm busy making and doing prices. Making a belt and doing prices. Susan says, I just got here and am multitasking, feeding cats and feeding me. Oh, good. Well, so I have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I have 5 strands. Now these are not inexpensive. Let me just say, because they're vintage Japanese, and we used to sell these a lot. Not a lot, but Michelle says 8. Nope, you gotta go higher. Because these retail, because you used to sell it for a grouping of like 5 on the website for like, let me see how many long there. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36, 38, 40, 42, 44, 46, 48, 50, 51. So about 51 beads on there. Let me see how much this is. So normally we would sell that around 50 cents a bead. So for these ones, they're dimpled antique Japanese beads. And they're around looks like 9.5, about 10, between 9 and 10. Anna says, hello, eating dinner and watching. Michelle says up to 18 inches. Teresa says 12. I gotta go higher. Michelle says 16. I can do 16. All right, so that's YP35. These should be way more, but I'll do a deal. So I'll do 16 per strand, and I have 5 strands available. And these are the Japanese glass dimpled purple glass beads. And these strands are fairly long too, so you're gonna have lots to work with. So this is it's probably about 18. Let's see, that's 9.5. So that, let me see, 9. So that's that 18-inch strand there. All right, so YP35, $16 per strand, 5 strands available. So that's less than, that's a lot less. Let's see, 16 divided by, so it's like 30 cents a bead. So that's a pretty good deal. All right, YP35, $16 per strand, 5 strands available. Japanese glass beads. All right. Somebody's trying to get in this room. I can hear it. They're clawing at the door. I may have to go over there. It's probably Idabel. She's like, are you all right? Let me go before they ruin the carpet. It was Idabel. She was desperate for some attention, so I gave her some quick attention. All right. So let's see what we got. All right. We did YP35. So we're on YP36. All right. I hear her turn again. She must really want to see my eyeballs. All right. I have some vintage check. And I have 2 of these strands available. And they are, let me get it. This is why it's easier when there's 2 of us, because sometimes I gotta get them ready for the camera. Alright. Make sure it's knotted so that we can actually get them and they don't fall off the thing. Alright, so there's these really beautiful, these are table cut rectangle beads. This is YP36. What do y'all think they should be? Name your own price. I've got 2 of them available. Teresa says 9. I could do better. Now these are vintage, so 9 is not unreasonable. That's actually what they probably just is 7. I can do 7. We'll do 7 a strand. I have 2 of these strands available. So it's YP36, $7 a strand. These are the table cut rectangles. There's a slight green in them. I don't know if y'all can see that or not on the camera, but there's just ever so slightly, there's a little hint of green in them. And then they're frosted on the edges. I don't know if you can see that either, but they're frosted and then they're clear on the sides right there like that. And these measure about 12 by 8 by 3. 12 by 8 by 3. All right, 2 of those available. That's YP36. Oh, I've got 1 claim for YP36, so I have 1 available. All right. So, what are y'all up to? Are you watching any good shows? Are you listening to any good music? The new Bon Iver came out, and I don't know. I have mixed feelings about it. I don't know about this. Some of them I like. Some of them I'm like, did they just start like getting wild and then recorded it? Oh, there's a new Iron and Wine. That one's pretty good. I haven't had a chance to listen to it all the way. Let's see. How about this? I got this a long time ago. This is sterling with amethyst and a Buddha. And it's a pendant. And it goes, you can string it up through here. I got this a long time ago at Bedazzled. And that was in DuPont Circle in Washington, D.C. And I was bewitched. This sterling silver up at the top. And it opens. I don't know what you're going to put in there. That's up to you and your choices in your life. Maybe a rolled up prayer. I'm going to go with rolled up prayer. Teresa says 22. No, can't go that low. Angela says, I'm on 3 devices now. Anna says you can put secrets in there. This is a pretty expensive piece. So I can't go as low as 22. And I can't go as low as 24. Teresa 32. That would be like 70% off. Anna says 36. I can't do third. Well, let me think. Michelle says 37. A little bit higher, and we'll see. All right, Trish says 45. I'll take 45 for it. I'm losing money on this, but that's all right. If somebody's interested, that's the final agreed on price. Email us. That's info@allegorygallery.com. Angela said she's on 3 devices. And I said, that's a real bargain. I know. It's like half off. Don't let William see. I mean, I don't think he cares. Maybe. Anne says, YP37 is a very nice piece. Yes, it is. Hinges, pain in the butt. I can guarantee you that this was not easy to make. And that if I made it, it would not. And then you may notice, if you got any of those star beads, they did a nice, really cool texture, a brush texture. Sterling silver. Anna says, any idea what stone is carved from? I'm guessing it's soapstone. I'm not handling it too much, but if you polish this with your fingers, you can see where it gets a little bit more of a shine from it. You can polish it with your fingers. So if you're like working on something, you can polish it, but don't polish it too hard because you can actually wear the design off. But I'm guessing, was that tie? I don't know. I can't remember, but I got bedazzled in DuPont Circle. So 45 YP37 is YP37 is $45 only, and that's pretty much half off. Student says, I remember bedazzled. My brother-in-law has a dental practice in DuPont Circle, and I would treat myself after I visited his dental chair. Anna says, where is Julie? She should work her magic on it. Anna says, imagine it with those large purple beads yesterday that were maybe not amethyst. And Anna says, nice story, Susan. Well, we don't have to imagine. I can just show you. I mean, these ones are a little bit smaller. And it would look like that. What do y'all think of that? William says YP37 is only $45. OMG, what's going on while I'm gone? Don't worry about it, William. Cheese it. There's William now. I know, I should just keep it, but whatever. I'm trying to alleviate some of William's anxiety because he's nervous about us having our online store closed for a week. So, anyways, YP37, $45. I don't think this is still there anymore. You know, I liked it, but they were a little bit more spendy. So that's not every day. Anne says, looks great with the purple beads. Mm-hmm. So that's like half off. Because I remember it being not inexpensive. Let's see. Oh, how about this? Let me think about that. I want to keep those. Oh, how about these? Alright. Susan says they've been gone for years. Yeah, I believe it. I got word that another bead store is closing. I was like, well, some of them, the OGs. And these ones is Venetian. And that's real gold, y'all. That's 24K right up there. Venetian beads, the gold foil. And this is going to be YP38. What do y'all want to price that at? You decide. And I'll maybe accept your price or tell you go higher. Sometimes I tell you go lower too. Anna says 12. I can do less. Michelle says 36. You mean you're gonna say that these two is more than these? No, it's less. Teresa says 10. I can do 10. Michelle says LOL. I really don't know. That's because the gold throws people off. All right. $10 for the pair. These should be $10 a bead, maybe. Depends who you buy them from. And that's YP38, $10 for the pair. And I'm surprised that the YP37 didn't get sold. Somebody going to treat themselves to a little bit of serenity. And this is the learning experience, Michelle. I am giving deals though, so don't hold these prices. I need to shop around because some of these prices, I don't even know what the. One of our friends, they import beads from Italy, and they got this wild bill for the tariffs after they got the beads. So I think all the beads from Italy are going to be going up. So just keep that in mind. I think what I'm gonna do if when we go to Italy in November is I'm just gonna like duct tape stuff to my body. I'll put an undershirt on first so that you don't have to have that skin on skin contact. But I'll just wrap my body in them so that way I can smuggle them for you, but in a legal and totally legit way. Like what's her name? Sybil Shepherd. She was in some show where they like duct tape the money to her body. And this is like from the 80s, made for TV movie. Anna says, great prices. Thanks. Anna says, thank you for your sacrifice. Well, I'm going to try. All right. YP38, $10. No takers for them honey delicious. I thought those were nice. All right. And Anna says, I think that was Moonlighting TV show. I don't remember. That was a long time ago. Could be. Now, do y'all want to recap from 21 to 40 of what's still available? We're not even at 40 yet. Let me get to 40 and then I'll ask you. But I can do a recap for those of y'all who are just tuning in. It sounds like it could be Moonlighting. But what's her name? Die Hard. Demi Moore's husband, ex-husband. All right. Bruce Willis. He was in Moonlighting, right? Or am I thinking of a different one? All right. I have these check glass beads. And this is going to be YP39. They're brown, but they got a little bit of this kind of white mixed in. And the white kind of gives it kind of an ambery color in some parts and kind of a bluey color in some parts, but they're brown. And this is, yes, he and Sybil Shepherd. But did that happen when they strapped the money on her body? I just remember some blonde lady getting money taped on her body from the 80s. So that's been a while. You know, that's been a minute. Teresa said 12. I can do less. Michelle said, I think he played a detective. I can do less on these. But they are bigger. Michelle said 8. Since they're brown, I can do less. Teresa says 10. I'll just do them for 6. That's a steal, y'all. They probably retail should be 12. And those are about 12 millimeters. So YP39, $6 for this strand. And how many on this strand? This is like a 6-inch strand. And then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 on the strand. All right, $6, YP39. Oh, YP39 is claimed. Thank you so much. All right. Let's do... Now, are y'all interested in a recap or just new? Because I can keep going with just new. If that is the flavor that y'all want to go. If you want just new flavor only, I can do new flavor only. And then we'll do one more. Teresa says new. All right. I don't know. Are you all want spendy beads? How about let me get this one off. This is going to be YP40. Yeah, there's a lot of bead stores that have been closed for a while, and I'm like, oh, I just call up my friend at the like Ornamentia, and she's been open for years and years. That was a sad day. I got actively sad when that happened. Because her store was one of the inspirations for our store. Like, I love the aesthetic that she had. I called it the anthropology of bead stores. Because sometimes bead stores, I don't know if y'all know this, they would get like, they're very cold and sterile. One of them, everything was behind glass, and there was like a security camera every 2 feet, and there's all this signs that about shoplifters will be prosecuted and take your firstborn if they catch you and all this other stuff. And then they follow you around, like they're gonna go up here, give you a rectal examination. And that's not my favorite. I went so in one store, oh my gosh, in New York City, it was so beautiful, but it was so expensive. I was like, do I need a credit check to even come into this store? Let's see. Angela says new. Teresa says 11 for these. I can do better. Anna says, LOL, I've been into bead stores like that. Who had a really cool store as Kathy Collison when she had Glass Garden. Her store was so colorful. And there's like all this like rusted metal stuff. And I think she had like these old serving trays that she would put stuff on too. It was super cute. Heather D. Simone, when she had her store, The Beaten Path, it was like out of a storybook. It was so cute because she was in Portland, Maine, and it was like so charming. And it says, I love Kathy's store. So far we got a price of 11, but I can do cheaper. These are a Greek key symbol. So do you know the story of the first apiary? It's from Greece. So the first apiary, they were going to have, there's a beekeeper. They had this guy, and he took I think it was the carcass of a cow, and maybe like a sacred cow, I don't know. And then in the bones, they had the bees in there. And says, was the NYC store Beads of Paradise? I went in there once, and it was so expensive, I just walked out. Yep. I don't want to name names, but yep. Michelle says there was a bead store like that in Burbank. Very cold and distant. They didn't last long. Very expensive. All right. I can do 8 on these if y'all want. Yeah, I know how much beads cost, and sometimes like they had these ones and they had Rudrakshas. They were selling the Rudraksha beads $18 per bead. And I was like, you can buy a whole strand for $18. And like I was like a little bit flabbergasted about some of the prices, but it was a beautiful store. That's just down the block from where William and I met. He used to work at this store called Books of Wonder, which is a children's book store. So these are about 13 by about 11. It seems like they're all different. But these are like, some of them have the key, like the corners are tumbled down. So these are very vintage. Check glass key. That design is called the key design from Greece. Let me see. Anne says there was a local bead store here that was a bit sterile, just beads, but it had such beads, and the people were so nice. But my favorite stores have a mix of things like AG, jewelry, beads, gifts, and warm. And of course, nice people. Anna says, yes, I agree. Teresa says all the bead stores near me have closed. Yeah, I used to do a bead show out where you live, Teresa, in Long Island. I don't know if they still do it, but it was called the like Long Island Bead Fair or Festival. My friend Jenny, she drove me out one time and helped me work the show. So YP40, $8, and you get the strand of vintage, probably antique check glass, 6 inches. Yeah, there's a bunch of stores. I mean, just this past week, there are about 3 or 4 stores that they haven't publicly announced it, so I'm not going to say, but they are, if they're not in the process of closing, they're seriously considering it and they're like trying to get rid of their stuff. And it's kind of sad because some of my favorite times were spent at bead stores. Like there was a bead store near where I grew up in Winter Park on Edgewater Drive. It's called the Bead Bar. And I would go in there every once in a while and get stuff. But I really wasn't into beads when I was down in Florida. It wasn't until later. And but every once in a while when I'd go see my mom and dad, I would go down and go see what she had new. She had this really long, it looked like a bar kind of, but there was also this bead store that I did a trunk show in Charlotte, and I think they were called something. It wasn't the Drunken Bead or Bead Tipsy or something like that. It was something where everything was in wine glasses and margarita glasses. And the woman who owned that, her name was Lydia. Maybe, I don't remember. And it was right next to a Thai food place. And I had done this fasting, it was like a juice cleanse because I just went to Tucson or went to Milwaukee or somewhere, and we were eating junk like every night and hanging out and doing stuff. And I was doing a juice cleanse, and it was not the best idea for doing a trunk show. I looked basically like a skeleton. And then at that time, I was even more skinny. I was really skinny then, actually. And so I did the juice cleanse. And then I was so tempted. I broke my juice fast. And it was that master cleanse fast. So that's lemon juice, cayenne pepper, and maple syrup. And I broke it with this Thai food. And it was horrific. Let me just say, if you do something like that, like a juice fast, don't eat the spicy Thai food. Let me just say, it's dangerdanger.com, .net, .every, .everything. It was terrible, and I had to work. And so I was running back and forth between the bathroom, and they're like, "Are you all right?" And I was like, "No." Um, but anyways, you learn and you grow. Oh, YP40 has sold. Anna says it's so sad. Dale says there's one in Charlotte called Beads Inc. Anna says, LOL, I'm so sorry, Andrew. Had to laugh though. Well, I can laugh at it now, but in hindsight, that was no joke. That one, I was talking to a customer, and then I felt the urgings, and I was like clenching up in way. I was like, I gotta go. You just have the beads. I'll be back. But that's called Silly Britches. So, you live, you learn. It's like Alanis Morissette song. Sometimes you do a juice cleanse, and sometimes you suffer with one hand in your pocket. Do y'all like how I mix multiple Alanis Morissette songs? Angela said, Andrew, you are so expressive. I try. It's my gift. Teresa said, the Long Island Bead Festival is June 1st. Oh, so that's coming up. Anna said, OMG, I'm laughing so hard. Well, that's what I'm here for, comedy and entertainment. While I was at the Metal Museum, people probably thought I had like Tourette's because I would say stuff and they were like, "What did you say?" And I was like, when you got the squirts. And they were like, "Do what?" How about these? Somebody's talking about they ate something bad. I was like, did it come out the front or the back? And then they're like, look horrified, look shook. All right, I got these. And it says comic relief while you buy beads. Correct. I also do comic relief when I'm teaching and I like free associate. And so I can tell like some people they're like into it. Some people not so much into it. They're like, I don't know. I hope they're into it because I want a good evaluation. But the reason why I try to do comic relief when I'm teaching is so that they remember the stuff because I know what it's like when you go into a class and you're like have all this pressure of being in this new space and this new with new people and it can be really stressful. And it can be a little bit overwhelming. Teresa says $12 each. Now these are little Tree of Life, and they got some good tourmaline on them. I think that's good tourmaline. Look at it glow. There's some nice little chippy chips. Anne says, I do that during orientation. It's so boring, especially for me because I've done it a million times. I always think I'm funny even if no one else does. Wow. That's like me. Teresa says $12. I can do cheaper. Not too much cheaper, but I can do a little bit more inexpensive. These are on patinaed copper. Teresa 15. It's the other way. I'll just tell it. $10. I can do $10. Well, maybe let's do them for 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6 of them available. Only $8 per pendant. I could have said just each. YP 41, $8 per pendant, and they're about an inch and a half by 1 inch. Yeah, there's a couple people, they get overwhelmed when they come into our store, and I can tell. But I have worked really hard. I don't know. I haven't been to the physical shop in a minute, but I usually try to make it so that it's not overcrowded. One time when we were in our first location, I thought, okay, when we first opened the store, I was like, oh, we're gonna make this like a treasure hunt. And so I made it so there's all these dressers, and people would like open these vintage dressers, and you dig through the dressers and you find beads. And there were all these like treasure boxes that you could open up, and they're like secret compartments. Guess what? You don't make any money doing that. So then I was like, oh, I'm gonna do it the other way. So I had stuff basically hanging from the ceiling, and there was so much stuff, just stuff stacked to the ceiling. Yeah, there was so much stuff, and I could see the horror on people's face. They would walk into it was like horror evacuee style. I was afraid of a blank space, so I was gonna fill it. And so I stuffed that store into the gills like it was like busting. And so people would they wouldn't even get through the door and their eyes would look like saucers and they're like look shook. They didn't say shook back then. But when they would walk in, they looked like somebody had physically assaulted them. And behind our shop, because we were shopmates with a bookstore, she was like, we need to do something because people are not coming in the door and they're like not walking across your store to get to my store because they got horrified. So quickly, I ended up editing and I learned about hot spots. Basically, it's where people will congregate and look. And I also learned about cold spots. So by the floor, if you put stuff by the floor or you put stuff too high, then it doesn't work. So there you go. The lessons you learn about running a shop. All right, YP41, $8 per pendant, 6 pendants available. And let me see. We just dropped. 6 people just dropped off, so I wonder what's up. Y'all got some happening at 9 o'clock. Let's do it. Let me do a fun one. I know y'all be like, I make them trees. I don't even know if I'll buy something already done. YP 42. I didn't even sell one of them pendants. Oh well. Fine. Whatever. How about this one? This is extra pretty. Ching, ding. Alright, how about that? Name your price on this. This is that Chinese crystal, but look at it. It's real pretty. Michelle says, still here, adding a new thread. What do y'all think this should be priced? It's bewitching me. I don't know if y'all getting bewitched. Anna says 8. I can do 8. All right. YP42, $8. If you're interested in it, send us an email. info@allegoregallery.com. I guess I should measure these so that people know that I'm doing my job. So William can be proud of me. I made my teacher real uncomfortable over the weekend. I was like, are you proud of me? And he's like, your pieces look good. And I said, but are you proud of me? And he just walked away. I was like, if anybody can make somebody uncomfortable, it's me. So these are about 8mm by about 8x6 rondelle. YP42 crystal, Chinese crystal. All right. Yeah, he was a little bit. I didn't creep him out too much. I could have done way worse. And I didn't do that. I was very, very nice and didn't make everybody super uncomfortable too much. All right, YP43. Let's do something else. What do y'all want? And let me know if there's anything that you're interested in looking at, because I got lots of stuff. I don't know. This is stuff. I need to clear it out. I'm ready. How about these? I had the. I don't know if these are on the online store anymore. They may have been when we had an Etsy shop. These are brass. They got Buddhas, and they're like in that. I can't remember what it's called, but it's like circle of something. See it? See how they're all sitting? That would go really well with that one from DuPont Circle. And these ones are approximately about an inch. And it says 9. I could do better. There's 2, 4, 6, 8. 8 of them available. What? 2, 4, 6, 8. 8 of them available. 2, 4, 6, 8. Teresa says 7. I do 7. 7 each. YP 34, $7 each. 8 of them available. And I think I did a tutorial on these. At one point I did during the pandemic because I got paint all over myself. And I used to work at the shop on Tuesdays because that's when William had to go to his other job. And I had to wear a mask. And I had this flesh-colored mask, so it looked like I didn't have a mouth or a nose. And they're two-sided. But I had a tutorial on how to paint them. Oh, I hear somebody. Is it you, Quinquilino?
Hello, Marito. How's everybody doing?
He gets so sensitive about that. It's all
Hello,
right.
everyone. How are you all? Hello again.
Hello again,
You're still
my
going.
friend. 4 hours later.
That is a true 4 hours later.
Correct. It is 4 hours and 6 minutes and 59 seconds. 7 minutes.
How's it going?
And this is a very large cat. Nah, that's William. Meow meow.
Meow, meow.
Where's your pots? Where's your work?
There was nothing, but I glazed today. I had a bunch of bisque stuff done.
And then what?
And then glazed.
Glaze. All right. Nobody got these? Oh, I sold one. Never mind. Thank you.
I tried some new techniques today.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Are you excited?
Yeah, I'm hoping they come out like I think they will, but we'll see.
All right. You want to pick something? Maybe you pick something. You got this whole world in your hands.
Me pick something.
Yeah, and then hopefully you pick good.
I have all that. I have all this over here too.
Don't touch my. Well, you can.
What do you mean? Don't touch me.
Go ahead. Don't be afraid. You can do it.
Go ahead. I don't know what you've been showing.
It's all over the spectrum.
How about these? I like those.
Okay.
Even though more exciting things.
No, these are pretty exciting. I like them. All right. Whoa. Did y'all get your sunglasses out for that razzle dazzle in your eyeball hole? Now, these are twisted coins. This is vintage check glass. See how it's twisted? They got the twist. What y'all want to price this? This is going to be YP 44. YP 44. Now keep in mind these are very vintage. Teresa said $10. I'll do 10. I'd do 10 for you. And you get the whole thing. How about that? All right. YP 44, $10 for this lot. And there's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 24 Bs.
Good deal.
Y'all like that? No claims yet. You gotta claim it in the email. Y'all know how we do this game.
How we do?
Oh, somebody claimed it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
See, I did a good job.
She's like, I did a good.
I did a good.
Well, maybe you should have done the first 40 lots.
Oh no. Has it been slow?
A little bit.
A little bit?
A little bit.
Here, do this one next.
Do this one next.
This
All
is
right.
some good
All
stone.
right.
Some good vintage stones. I bet Andrew will give you a good deal on them too.
YP45. YP45. Ooh.
Yeah,
Winkelino.
Didn't know we still had
Wow.
those.
Wow.
Look at that amethyst.
This is real amethyst.
That's not the fake.
No. Look at it. I gaze it with your eyes.
It's a good stone.
They're like, what are you doing?
I know. Some people don't like amethyst, but it's my birthstone and I love it. It's very calming. It helps
you know
sleep.
that what would go well with this?
That 47.
Basically 347.
Yeah. If somebody doesn't take that, I'm going to take it. I'm going to design a necklace. I'm going to make it $600 for the necklace. And somebody will buy it. Look at that. Look at that. I'm going to add maybe some peridot in there.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, I'm over here the wrong way. All right. What do y'all think?
What's that amethyst worth?
Susan says would look nice with that pendant.
She knows.
Anna says I just got those amethysts in my last box.
Yeah, I thought we sold out of these.
Teresa said $24.
$24. That would be a dang good price.
Anna says you haven't really been on for 4 hours, have you? Oh yes. Yeah. We started at 5 today. So, and then I was telling stories for 4 hours.
How you did 4 hours and only unlocked 40?
Because apparently I'm slow.
Well, you are doing this all by yourself.
Correct. It's fine. Whatever. I'm sturdy. All right. I can do a little bit better than 24.
Wow. Somebody gonna pay 24? He says I can do better.
I can do slightly better. Not lots more than 24.
Nothing if not fair.
What do y'all think? Anna, you want another strand of it?
Name your price, Anna. You know how nice it is.
Teresa says 22. I do 22. One available.
That is good.
This should be $30 strand.
36, 38, 42. It's a nice strand.
Well, I'm getting wild with that.
I'm not getting wild. I just know. Look how
quality. Nice. Yeah, it is nice. All right, so there's that. I'm gonna do only 5 more because my voice is starting to go, and I don't want to sound like Eartha Kitt tomorrow for that trade show. I mean, Eartha Kitt's on nice, so she make a lot. She's very on Saturday. So that's about. Oh, we got a claim 45. All right, I go. That's good.
What? Claim.
I don't even measure it. You'll be able to measure it with your own. I got another claim.
What? See, you're giving the good prices. People want it.
People like you, William. Wow, Quinquilino, popular.
What else should we do? I don't know if those things they put up there are good enough.
I'm sure it's delightful. I put all kinds of stuff. 46. Ooh, let me do.
Yeah. Those are so nice. Those will definitely. Those sell anyway, let alone with the prices you're giving.
They got tassels.
It's got some tassels.
I got 2 of these. What do y'all want to pay for these? They're a little bit different. This one's a little bit smaller. Don't worry about it. It's the same price. All right, this is opaline or opalite. This is synthetic opal. That's the opalescent glass that's got this blue flash. Look at it. But it also has kind of a yellow to it. Sometimes they call this pineapple quartz. You know what you could do? You could probably acid etch this. That'd be super cute.
That would be cool.
If y'all don't do it, maybe I will. I got a Cricut. I can make whatever sticker I want. So, do you think I should split these up in two lots? They're different sizes.
We sold them each before.
What do y'all think?
Pick your size, I think is how we do it.
Trace, this is $18.
For both?
No, I want to do each. Two available.
I don't know. 18 for both might be pretty good.
Do you want to do that both or per
I don't know.
piece?
It's up to you. It's up to you. It's up to you.
He's getting. This is why the other one takes so long.
It's up to you.
All right. So there's two available, and if you want a preference, which one you want? There's purple tassel and there's rainbow tassel. Rainbow tassel is slightly larger on most of them, except for the middle one is the same size, I feel. So if you want it graduated, you can have it graduated. If you want them all the same size, you can have them all the same size. I can do less for those. I could probably do a lot less than 18 a strand.
Oh, a strand, yeah.
Name your price. Teresa says each. Any guesses? 15? I could probably do a little bit less. How about, I already did that.
You did that?
Oh, so I have two of those available? Let me get that over.
Huh. On the same way.
I'm going to do it 12 per strand. That's a deal, y'all.
That is a deal.
YP 46, 12 a strand, and you can decide, you can name it if you want purple tassel or rainbow tassel. Right? Perfect. Moving on.
Do you like any of those? You want me to pick some?
I'm gonna go do something real fast. Alright. So, now that you've seen that, what do you think about this? Guess what? That's a ×2 of that. And both of them, I think, are still available.
Oh, I picked something still available? What's the point of that?
So that foil glass.
Nobody likes those? How much were they?
$6 a strand.
Y'all missing out.
You know, whatever.
I don't like it. But with that amethyst we just had in the foil glass.
Oh, he's gonna peer pressure y'all.
Just saying.
Don't peer pressure them. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
I don't like when I peer pressure.
No, you can peer pressure, but I'll go.
You'll go. What that? That's pretty.
Okay. How about this? You don't want this? This is some crystal.
It's nice. It's like
Yeah.
citrine, but not citrine.
This is YP
Vintage crystal.
47. What do y'all think?
You like that? Maybe you don't like it.
Honestly, I missed the first couple hours of the show. Oh, Susan says, show them again. I missed the beginning of the show. You know, I've showed the beginning of the show twice.
Have you?
That's how come we've only gotten to not even 50 yet.
Do that recap.
I did a recap twice. Teresa says mine. I can do better. This not S word. Michelle says, LOL, he did, Anna. Yeah, it's true. I can do better. What do y'all think? What do y'all want? Name your price. Teresa said 9 a strand. I can do less. Michelle says 7. I can do slightly lower.
Oh my goodness, I thought you were going to say I had to do 8.
No, there you go. 1 available. YP 47, 1 available. $6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 available. I'm getting hungry. I got 3 more to go. And I need 2. I need 3. I need how many papers? 2 more papers.
2 more papers.
Yes, Green Felino. I'm not gonna write it on my hand. He's like, fine.
Let me see what I can do.
Susan, I might have to watch the replay, but not tonight. You don't want to watch 4 hours on replay?
You can just quickly scroll through.
I know. I went through some of them I thought fast. Michelle said I went at a leisurely pace. But I thought it was going like fast, like the Flash. And it was like, can't keep up with this. All right. What about this? This is unusual. I don't even know what this is. Who am I?
There's some really pretty like foil.
Boy, this chair gets real hard after 4 or 5 hours.
Yes, it does.
Holy smokes, my bun cheeks is falling asleep. All right, they got some lamp work. This is not artisan. They got some stuff. It's got a swirl in it. It's real pretty.
Really pretty. Some paper.
Alright. This one, they got this. What do y'all think?
Big
Teresa said 20.
That's at least usually 20, 24, 26. That's a big strand of glass.
Yeah? How much you said, William?
I would retail that probably for like 28. But I know you are given deals tonight, half priced at probably $14 you're going to charge you all.
16. Michelle says 16. I do 16. That's worth it.
Oh, what about this?
This worth it. Hey, you know what? We could do a shift change. And then you could do another 50 lots.
I don't think so. I'm getting hungry too.
All right. So this is YP48. Only $16 for this beautiful strand of lamp work glass heart beads. Did y'all like that?
God, this container is as cute as the things in them.
Did y'all like that? When I do announcer voice. Somebody says LOL. LOL. Nobody got it. YP48 still available. Send us an email. We'll do a giveaway at the end.
Did anyone get that yellow glass, Crystal?
No. Oh, my child.
Oh, hello.
That's the sweet sound of a gratitude. She's like, can you open the door? Idabelle's not been successful. All right. YP49. Let's try these. Ooh, these are pretty.
They are very pretty.
This is that black shell. These are not inexpensive, by the way, just so y'all know. Vintage. How many long is this? Here we go. I'm getting delirious. People start speaking in tongues. So about 14-inch strand. Name your price. They're a different size.
They're super pretty.
They're like, can you show them? Slick. Yeah, oil slick. Beautiful.
Oil slick shell.
I don't know how to do this. He has like a certain like angle that he holds this stuff at, and it looks nice. I'm just like, all right, go ahead, buy it.
Buy it or not.
Michelle says 22. I can go lower.
22.
That's probably Teresa said 30.
Do the retail, yeah.
Michelle said 22. That's a retail, but I'd give you a deal. I give you a deal. Teresa said 20. I can go lower. Basically,
too low.
Well, I want to sell them. If I just show it, then it shows to 18. Let me just do 16. Let's just land the plane.
He's gonna land the plane at 16.
One available.
That's a good deal, everybody.
Alright. There are some of them on there that look particularly juicy, like this one. I don't know if you can see that, but it's like...
I've been kind of eyeing that strand up myself.
It's giving me life. Do
That's
people
gonna
still
go on
say
my-
that?
That's going to go on my 37 strand, too.
Huh? 37 strands.
YP37.
Oh, huh. And then what is it? It's sending me.
It's sending me.
What did the kids say? Oh, classic. They would say classic or huge, and that means like good. And then the other one, what did they say? There was something else that the children were saying at Penland. And I was like making notes. Apparently, I wasn't making that good of notes.
Taking the notes of the kids speak.
And they legit were like half my age, so I can say that. If not more. Did I tell y'all about when we were going to bed? I was in a room with two other girls, and then so I was like, "Good night, John Boy," and they're like, "Who the F is that?" And I was like, "It's from a show called The Waltons. It was on like the 80s and 90s, and there was a character named John Boy. He aspired to be a writer and go against his family tradition of farming and manual labor. And at the end of the night, they would say, 'Good night, Grandpa. Good night, Grandma. Good night, John Boy.'" And so they're all like, and I was like, "It's probably available on YouTube for some wholesome entertainment." And they're like, "Okay." They're like, "Are you gonna sleep?" The one, I don't think she liked me. The one we got on real good, but the one she's a little bit too cool for school. If you're watching, then know thyself.
You know who you
are. All right, what's next?
You don't like that one thing I put up there?
This?
Yeah. What is that? Give it to me then. You don't like it? Don't like my choices?
Anna says, "LOL, so funny." For the last one, that's gonna be how we end the night.
I don't know. What you want?
Something good.
Ask them if they like that though.
All right, y'all like this?
I'll find you something else for the real last one. Let me see.
This resin.
I think that's super cool.
You know who would like that? Somebody who's not here tonight.
Who's not here?
I don't think Julie's watching. I think she'd like that.
Maybe that. How about that?
How about that?
That garnet?
Let's do it. Let's try it. Somebody says, "Andrew, I am older than you, and I don't know that show." All right, look it up. It's called The Waltons. And says, "That's a Julie piece, yes." Susan says, "Any pottery?"
To 81.
What is it?
72 to 81.
No, it wasn't.
The Waltons.
72 to 81? I must watch the reruns.
This is on Wikipedia.
I watched that on channel 35.
72 to 81.
How did I watch that? I don't know. I guess. I also used to watch Knight Rider. Yes. That also came on. And what's that one? The girl with the Daisy Dukes? Dukes of Hazzard. All right. These ones not inexpensive.
Knight Rider is 82 to 86.
All right. And what's the other one I watch? MASH. I watch MASH like every day. It came on at 4 o'clock every day. And like I didn't get the nuances then. And so I was like, why do we watch the war show every day? Do they have cartoons?
That was 72 to 83.
With Houlihan. Michelle said, never watched The Waltons. Teresa said 35. I can do a little bit better than 35.
Not too much better.
Ann says 48.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all guessing the retail. These are they're heavy because my voice is going. Look, you hear that? The grumble.
Do we ever have those?
These are really nice. Anna says 34. Michelle says 27. Nah, that's too low.
He's like, can't do that.
32. I'd do 32. That's good. Wow, 32 or 31. Every dollar counts, right?
Do 31. Go ahead.
31. Lucky 31.
That's an excellent.
Lucky.
That's an excellent strand of heavy garnets.
They're juicy.
Juicy.
They got the juice. It's got the juice.
You think you're gonna find garnets like that for that price anywhere else?
No.
No, not that. Not a full
This
strand.
not lucky one, especially. All right, YP50, only $31.
Well, my last few haven't been hits, huh?
Nah, that's all right.
You win some, you lose some.
All right. Give me something to give away. Here, I'll give you these ones. Norma's not watching. She likes the lamp work. I give you this.
Oh,
Here.
Norma's not watching?
No, I don't think so. Unless it's like secret.
I thought she was watching at the beginning.
Maybe. Look, this, you got them. That's for free.
Those are nice.
Who played John Boy?
Who did play John Boy?
Sorry, Michelle, who never saw that. I have to look this business up because I don't remember. I remember people used to have like a crush on John Boy. And I was like, dude, what is happening?
Oh,
I actually knew that. 2 different actors?
So either one, I guess you gotta take.
Who is it? Nah, there's only one John Boy. He was in another show that I watched, and I was like, what?
Yeah, somebody played seasons 1 through 5, guested on 6 to 7, and someone else played on 8 to 9.
Huh?
And a movie sequel.
Who knew? That's just been raptured from my mind. Susan says Richard Thomas. Correct. This is for Susan. Did you know that or did you Google that? I had to Google it. And it says, I think there were 2 different actors who played the mom on the Waltons. They're just switching people out. You know, on the soap operas, they used to do that. They'd start the show and they're like, the character of blah, blah, blah is played by blah, blah, blah today. You know where I know him from? TV movie called It with Tim Curry. That's the one. Scar, you're behind for life. That come on in 1990. I remember when that came on TV, and I was like, oh. Since I know there were 2 Darrens on Bewitched, but I don't remember 2 John Boys. I must have then raptured that from my mind because I don't remember. I know that he went away for a while to go to school, and then it was just like the kids. All right, what else we gonna do? I'll give this one away too. I told you. The people going to bed early right now. Oh, we're getting more people. All right. Ready? Who wants this? Who wrote it? The book, It.
Oh, I was like, who wrote it? What it?
It. You know, with Pennywise.
It.
You know, It.
That's an easy one.
IT. Not IT. That's a different It. Michelle said Stephen King. Correct. You want another one?
Do another one. Do another one for the people.
Michelle said, I don't have an order. Well, maybe you will soon. You never know. I'll hold it for you a little bit, but not after the rapturing. How about let's see. While we're on the topic, you know, he's in this movie with this woman, and this is called The Christmas Box. And there's this actress named Annette O'Toole. I think she was also in It, but I didn't know that was her name. And she's in a show called Virgin River that we watch.
What does she play in Virgin River?
She plays the mayor.
Oh.
What's her name? And she's always getting into everybody's business.
She is.
Her husband is Virgil. You might as well make this a question. What's the name of the mayor on Virgin River?
That's a good question. I can't even think of it now.
I know. It's done raptured from my mind.
Did we finish that?
Yeah, we did.
Did we?
Uh-huh, correct. Hope.
Yep.
And got it.
I was going to say, did you just shout it out before anyone got it?
No, and got it. I can't believe that she's 73.
Yeah.
She doesn't seem like, how old is what's her name? The doctor on Stargate. The blonde-headed woman, Muriel, always trying to get with somebody. We didn't even give you a prize, Anne.
I was going to say, did you?
What do you want for your prize? Since we're naming your own prize, name your own prize.
Terrell Roth 3.
What do y'all want?
She's 62.
Is she really? You know, as I get older, people seem younger. They seem younger.
Never been good with people's ages.
Like, I would not say that she's like May, December, or whatever romance. Oh, like, how much of a difference?
Yeah. What was his name? Cameron.
Mm-hmm. He's like, I want to have them babies. And I said, shut up. You don't need no babies. Susan said 62 is young. That's what I thought. Just the glory of knowing something. Nah, you need some. What do you want? I know you like, how about this masterpiece?
He's 47.
He's not that young. They make him seem like child. I don't know. This got chipped. I'm not gonna give that to anybody. How about this? You want this for your prize, on? You can say no. You like that? If you want that for your prize, say yes. And it says, yes, thanks. You're welcome. And it says, pretty. Do y'all like the comments scrolling here? I kind of like that.
I saw that popped up.
They're beta testing. They're like, don't leave me. Don't leave me.
Maybe it's because I did complain and said that we like to see what our people are saying, and you're hiding all the comments, and we're leaving you.
Oh, good. He laid down the law, y'all.
I told him. I said, well, we found someone else.
How about we do? You want to do another one?
Another giveaway?
Yeah.
You got something to give away?
Maybe one of the big ones, since we got about 50 of them.
That's a good prize.
You know what this makes me think of? Superman's underwear. Who played Superman?
When? Oh my goodness.
First right answer.
Oh, losing circulation.
It'll be interesting to see what people say. Who played Superman? Anna says Christopher Reeves.
That's the one I would have said.
Dale said Christopher Reeves. Anna got it. Michelle said Reeves. Nobody said Henry Cavill? Oh. Nobody gonna say that new one. I don't even know who the new one is. And so there's a documentary about him that I want to see. Is it the one about his son? And his son, like, I guess before Christopher Reeves got the I don't know what happened, but he his son went on the journey of that his dad did, and then they like documented it, and then the guides that took him around, I think it's like all over the world, they took him. The guides that took Christopher Reeves around, they're clearly dead too, because they're, of a certain age as well. And so he worked with the sons of the guides. So it's like son on son action, but not like that. And it's supposed to be a documentary. I don't know if it's any good, but it could be. Let me see. Anna says, there is my third bag of that bag. I love it. The last one was a prize and in my recent box. Anna says he was an equestrian jumper. He had a horse riding accent. Oh yeah, that's right. Didn't they like CGI him to be walking around? Anne says it's on Apple. It got some good reviews. Oh, good. Oh, do y'all hear the rain in the background?
It's been raining quite a bit.
All right. I'm cooked. And supposedly I have to work after this. I don't know about that. How did the day go by so quick? You know what? It's not 11:30. We should keep going.
No, we should not. We're okay. I'll go eat. You can keep going.
No. If you're eating, I'm gonna. You should be the one who stays.
Oh yeah.
And then I'll go. Oh, we got a claim for YP50.
Oh,
thanks. They liked you, William.
What one was that?
The one that you picked with the garnets.
Oh, the big garnets. They like me. They really like me.
And
like
says, go get some food. Okay. I'm kind of. What are we watching on the TV?
The Mermaid Show. We've been watching.
We started. I was like, I need to get in the mood for Mermaid. And
Now
then
it's over.
I'm like, yeah, it's
What
June.
did we watch last night?
We watched some
We didn't
show.
watch that.
No, we watched a show. I don't remember it. I was like, are you even watching this?
What did we watch?
I don't remember. I was so exhausted last night.
I can't remember either.
Was it a superhero show?
I don't think so.
We only finished like half of it.
Did we?
Because at one point I just turned it
I
off.
honestly don't remember last night.
I remember the
I remember
food.
the food. It was so good. I'm waiting for more.
Alright. Anne says, I am watching Joe Pickett. It's so good. I don't know why it didn't have more than 2 seasons. I don't know what that is. Is that on the PBS? Joe Pickett.
What even network were we watching?
I don't know.
I was scrolling through Netflix and you said you
No.
moved to something else.
Maybe it was on Prime.
Or Paramount.
Or Max.
I honestly don't remember what we
Anne says it's on Paramount Plus as the Joe Pickett. What kind of show is that?
That sounds familiar to me.
I should go through and just show y'all stuff while we talk. Oh, look.
What's left?
Are y'all liking this recap? My voice is gone, so there's no more recapping.
Oh, Etoile.
Oh, Etoile. Oh, I remember.
Yep.
Yeah, I remember that. I liked it. You know, it's the people who did Gilmore Girls, and she has a show called Bunheads. I bet this is a show she wished she could have made with the Bunheads, but it had that lady, the grandma on Gilmore Girls, and that Bunheads, and I like that. But that only lasted like half a season. I don't think that made a full season. But then they got this thing called the Marvelous Miss Mazzy. What is that? Miss Mabel.
I think so.
I didn't watch it.
We started watching that.
You started watching it, and then I got disgruntled because you started it without me.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And then you didn't finish it.
No, I didn't, because I think you got disgruntled at me.
Correct, because I said I want to watch that, and then he started watching it without me, and then I was like, oh, I see how it is. Look how you done did me. I had one request.
Silly.
I know.
Getting so silly.
Anne says it's trauma. You might like it. I don't know. Oh, you might not like it.
Show them the stuff while you're talking.
Oh, I'm tired.
Okay, then.
I'm gonna go. There's only 13 people watching now. All right, bye.
Bye, everybody.
See ya. See how if I talk enough, maybe and like start smoking and do the whiskey, then I'll have like a deep voice.
Deep voice.
And then I can be like one of those people who read the audiobooks, but they cough up blood in the morning, so they have to drink the lemon juice that's warm. All right. Good night, John boy. Y'all funny. All right. See ya.